Section 14 of A Cruise in an Opium Clipper by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 14, Chapters 43 through 45. Chapter 43. The Other Three Junks Captured One by One. Nealance had no sooner got his orders from Rooney than we were back in the launch, we of the attacking party, with Rooney in command, and again hooked on to a shrub at the base of the northern hummock, awaiting the advent of the next junk. It was of great advantage to us that the commander of the junks had instructed his fleet to enter in single file procession. The entrance was narrow, and manoeuvring under canvas with their unwieldy craft would no doubt seem to him a most gigantic feat, and he had taken the precaution to keep his vessels well apart, with the intention, no doubt, after he had got all his fleet safely in, to make a combined attack. Readers of war news of to-day will scarcely believe that 15 minutes had scarcely elapsed from the time of pushing off from the scrubs to attack the first junk before we were pushing off and boarding the second. Such, however, was the case that Sunday afternoon. In little over an hour from the boarding of the first junk we had the fleet of 4 heavily armed junks disarmed and rendered harmless. Their guns were all well spiked, and their small arms and ammunition safely deposited on board the receiving ship. Not a shot was fired. The whole thing was done in a moment, I may say, by the power of the glancing eye of determined men. As a spiker of guns in such a hurry, I had little time to note the bearing of the commanders of these war vessels, or how they accommodated themselves to their capture at the moment. But after the last junk had been anchored, and we were able to breathe, as it were, it seemed to me as if they looked on it as Mohammedans would do, and that it was fate. Totally bereft of everything that could harm or annoy us or the receiving ship, this grand fleet of the Emperor was given up to the principal officer or mandarin in charge by Captain Rooney, and we then returned on board the Eamont. Arrived on board the Eamont, "Well done, by George, that was smart. He's a smarter, that Rooney," were the expressions I heard on every side from those who had not had the pleasure of assisting in the capture. Captain Rooney planned the capture from his recollection of how he had seen the trading junks and others coming into port, and to him was mainly due the success. In those days there was existing amongst seamen of all grades a spirit of camaraderie which is never seen now. Many hard officers, if only brave, were looked up to with respect, more especially those who never sent a man where they would not go themselves. Those who had been obliged to remain unwillingly on board the Eamont and the receiving ship had done good service, for there is no doubt that the sight of 2 well-armed ships coming into the view of the junks as they rounded the corner into the harbour must have had a deteriorating effect on the courage that had brought them so far on their way to blow us out of the harbour. A good deal of laughing and chaffing went on the quarter-deck of the Eamont, when we returned to her, at the discomfiture of the officers of the Grand Fleet. Captain Gulliver produced some of his best brand champagne, and success was drunk to the Union Jack and the Star-Spangled Banner. Our men, as also the receiving ship's men, were served with their favourite beverage, and then dismissed, our people to supper, the receiving ship's crew to their own ship, while we of the afterguard, including Rooney, Eastavelt, and the officers of the receiving ship, proceeded in a cursory way to dress for dinner, which was to be held on board the Eamont in anticipation of the return of the Schroffs, the priest, and any others who might accompany them. Dinner was scarcely begun before we were interrupted by the arrival of our expected emissaries. The joviality at the dinner table came to a pause. Both captains, followed by the rest of us, left the table and proceeded on deck to the gangway, the sentry not allowing any one up the ladder till he received orders from a superior. The captains arriving at the gangway, permission was granted for those in the sampans to come on board. First came the priest, then the Schroffs, who had a colloquy with the captains, Then the others in the sampans were also invited to come on board. Among the party were the Tootai and several native traders, followed by the commander of the fleet. With many salaams and curious inflections of the body, they endeavoured to show an abject humility and a wish to conciliate favour. Captain Gulliver, scarcely deigning a glance at their grotesque bearing, genially invited them to join us at the dinner-table, leaving conditions to be discussed afterwards. Apparently nothing loath, and all seemingly very much relieved at our captain's gracious reception, they proceeded to the saloon, and took their places with us at the dinner-table. Chapter 44. Peace placed on a firm basis. The Schroffs were likewise invited to the feast, so as to act as interpreters, as I don't think the captains were entirely satisfied with the views put forward in general by the Spanish priest. The real business that had brought the traders and the others to again visit us was put off till dinner was ended, it being considered advisable by the captains to endeavour by a real settlement of the present situation to bring all hostile matters to an end, and get on a really friendly position with the natives for the purpose of future trade. As the dinner proceeded in its usual free and easy style, our guests gradually relaxed the stiff and apprehensive manner with which they had sat down. The good wine coursing through their unaccustomed veins had, no doubt, a very enlivening effect, while at the same time it engendered in them a growing feeling for the luxuries of higher civilization, which some of them were possibly enjoying for the first time. With these feelings maturing and growing within them, it was not surprising to find that, when after dinner the situation was trotted out and discussed in all its bearings, our two captains got everything their own way. Although not present at the main conference, I learned afterwards, through various conversations with our captain and Eastervelt, the main result of what had been concluded between the Tootai, the traders, and the captains. The officer of the receiving ship and we of the Eamont had gone on deck after dinner, and left the chiefs to decide the matter as they deemed best. We fraternized and we smoked in a more genial way than we could have done under the oppression of grave consultations, and we also discussed the situation from our various points of view. I gathered from the officer of the receiving ship that they had never had any great trouble with the natives before, but they were not at all dismayed at the turn affairs had taken. It was perhaps as well that the natives had received a lesson, and knew what to expect should they turn at all restive. They knew now, if they did not know previously, that the white man was a being not to be trifled with, and to be respected. Shortly after 9, our native guests took their departure in high good spirits. Everything had been arranged in a most satisfactory manner. Captain Rooney was to retain possession of all arms belonging to the fleet until such time as they had communication with the Emperor. A special messenger was to be despatched forthwith to Taiwan, and the Emperor was to be besought to take in hand the punishment of the wreckers, so as to put an end to all such nefarious proceedings in future. The traders were to use their dollar influence with the Tootai and the Emperor, so that trade might come to their port and help to enrich them all. What settlement was made for the priest I never heard. At present he was to live on board the receiving ship. It is possible that Captain Rooney may have had Catholic leanings, when he had time to think on spiritual affairs, so that the priest would be handy for him when so affected. Mr. Eastervelt was to return to the mainland and civilization with us, and we were to sail on the morrow. It was nearly midnight when our other guests took their departure for the receiving ship. There were many cordial good-byes and handshakes, and the bitter antagonists of a fortnight ago, we were now cementing a lifelong friendship. Alas for our resolves! I have never met any of them since, and but few of my own shipmates. Some, I know, have gone their way to that happy land beyond the sky, where all is peace and joy and love, some by water, some by steel, and some by the shot of the foe, while some of whom I have never heard have made their homes possibly in some of the many distant lands that were but little known to commerce in those now far-off days. Chapter 45. We leave, cross the reef safely, reach Amoy. I am sent to Hong Kong with letters for the owners. Conclusion. Early the next morning all hands were on deck, and the work of unmooring was proceeded with. By 8 a.m. we were riding at single anchor, with a gay display of bunting. Captain Rooney and two of his officers, as well as the captain of the Sydney brig, came to bid good-bye to us, and especially to Mr. Eastervelt. The last good-bye was said, and as they stepped into the boat, the topsail was sheeted home, the anchor was weighed, and gracefully dipping our ensign to all, we gathered way and gradually gained the entrance. A last dip was given as the harbour and all within it was shut out from our view. All sail was set on the Eamont, the wind was fresh from north-northeast, and as she felt the whip of canvas on her, she bounded away past our beacons and across the reef, which was now nearly as smooth as a mill-pond. The course was set for Amoy, and gaily on she went with the wind 1 point abaft the beam, the very direction that suited our sailing qualities best. In 3 days we arrived at Amoy and anchored close to our receiving ship in the usual manner. Captain Gulliver, accompanied by Mr. Eastervelt, paid their respects to the commander of the receiving ship, and then proceeded on shore and reported to the consul, giving him the whole account of the proceedings that had transpired over in Formosa. When they returned to the Eamont in the afternoon, I received orders from Captain Gulliver to hold myself in readiness to proceed to Hong Kong with dispatches containing the intelligence of our doings to our owners, the consul sending dispatches at the same time to the government there. One of our firm's schooners, the Zephyr, was hourly expected to arrive from the northwards on her return journey to Hong Kong, and I was to go on her. That same night the Zephyr arrived. The treasure from the receiving ship in the Eamont was soon transferred on board of her. With the treasure from the Eamont I proceeded on board, in accordance with Captain Gulliver's instructions. I found Captain Gulliver on board the Zephyr when I got there, who introduced me to Captain Hauser in a very flattering manner, and hoped he would give me a lift when I got to Hong Kong, should there be any vacancies in the fleet there. If not, I was to come to Amoy and await the return of the Eamont from Formosa, if she had sailed previous to my arrival. The Eamont was to go into dry dock and have a thorough refit, so that if I were lucky enough to catch a schooner leaving soon after I got to Hong Kong, I might be in time to rejoin before they got away. The Zephyr was a beautiful type of the opium clipper, but I doubt if she was half so strong as any of the others. She was built in Baltimore, U.S., for the slave trade between Africa and the West Indies, but had been bought from the builders by our firm before she left the stocks. Perfect in model and heavily sparred, she walked over the water like a thing of life, but I doubt very much if she could have stood the bumping over the reef that the Eamont had been subjected to without coming to grief. The Eamont's frames were mahogany, while the Zephyr's were American oak and elm. Her deck fittings were a picture of beauty, armed with 4 18-pounders of a side, all brass; a long 18 pivot on the forecastle, also of brass, while an Armstrong 68-pounder pivot gun occupied the centre of her handsomely polished decks. Everything was in perfect order, for Captain Hauser was considered a great martinet, and everything had to be kept well in order to keep him in calmness. At daybreak the next morning the Zephyr's anchor was weighed, sail was made, the ensign dipped to her consort the Eamont, and to the receiving ship, and away she bowled, gliding through the water at a fast increasing rate, which reached 14 knots per hour when we got outside into the strength of the monsoon. The next day we called at Swatow, and remained a few hours receiving the treasure from the receiving ship there, to be carried to Hong Kong, the headquarters of the firm. Weighing from Swatow the same afternoon, in less than 40 hours we were anchored in Victoria Harbour, Hong Kong. I proceeded on shore to the firm's office, along with Captain Hauser, and delivered up my dispatches. Later on, one of the firm interviewed me about the occurrences in Formosa. He was apparently well satisfied, and let me know that I should not be forgotten. There were in those days 2 newspapers published in Hong Kong, and I suppose it was a matter of course that they were opponents in opinions. These papers got an account of our proceedings from somewhere, not from me or any of our firm, but from some of those wonderful places where information is received, sometimes only known to themselves. The one paper eulogized us as heroes, and said we deserved the highest praise for taking summary vengeance on the miscreants, as well as opening up another port to British trade. The other newspaper held us up to bitter scorn, and reviling, said we were only a pack of filibusters, and that hanging was too good for us. The opium trade and its clippers were the advanced guard that paved the way for commerce in China, which brought in its train the missionary, although he came to denounce what he styled such immoral traffic, always forgetting for the time to look at home with its many, many ways of curiously making millionaires. With my arrival in Hong Kong ended my connection with the opium clipper Eamont. End of Section 14. End of A Cruise in an Opium Clipper by Lindsay Anderson. Section 1 of A Cruise in an Opium Clipper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. A Cruise in an Opium Clipper by Lindsay Anderson. Section 1, Chapters 1 through 4. Chapter 1. I take service on board an opium clipper at Shanghai. In the course of a wandering and adventurous life, I found myself one morning sitting on a stone seat at the gate of the British consulate in Shanghai. It was early in the year 1859, and there was at that time much talk about the opening up of Japan to European commerce. While I was patiently waiting for the consulate to open its portals that I might see if there were any letters for me, a gentleman in the garb of a sea captain came towards me, eyeing me steadily and seemingly taking my measure. As soon as he arrived within speaking distance, he accosted me with a polite, "Good morning, sir." "Good morning," I replied, raising my hat. "Waiting for the consulate to open, I suppose," he said. "Yes, sir." "Excuse me," he continued, "but might I ask if you are a seafaring man?" "Oh, yes," I replied, "I have been well trained to the sea. I suppose I have been in all kinds of ships belonging to almost every nation under the sun. As for my capabilities, I leave that to my superiors to judge upon." "Well," he observed, "I am in want of some men and officers. Would you care about joining our service?" "What service is it?" I asked. "The opium trade, and there is the vessel," pointing towards a moderately sized, trim-looking schooner lying at anchor in the river not far from where we were standing. She looked a perfect beauty as she lay there, with her boarding nets triced up all around her, and her guns run out and shining in the rays of the sun, so brightly were they polished. Her booms were also swung out for the various boats to hang on to, for there was more room in the river then than there is now. I doubt much if the increased traffic would admit of vessels having boat booms swung out nowadays. I had heard a good deal about this opium trade, one way and another. Some condemned it, while others laughed at their conscientious scruples. I was young and eager for adventures, out of the ordinary way of a seafaring life, so I replied to my questioner that I had no objections to join him, pay and other conditions being satisfactory. "Well," he said, "I am Captain Gulliver. The schooner is named the Eamont, built in the Isle of Wight by White, the celebrated yacht builder. She is nearly solid mahogany, and cost as much as would build a good oak ship of 10 times her size. I will give you the post of 3rd officer," and he named a rate of pay that would make the mouth of a chief officer of nowadays water. You can join to-night or to-morrow morning, and if during the day you can pick up any European seamen, you can bring them with you, and their pay will be $40 a month, or 5 more if they are the right sort. We carry a large crew, so the work is light, if it is attended with some danger. There is no stint of food, and everything of the best." "Very good, sir," I said. "I accept your offer, and as soon as I have been inside the consulate to have a look at the letter rack, I will go round to the boarding houses and see if there are any men to be had, and then I will come on board." "By the by," asked the captain, "what is your name?" "Lindsay Anderson, sir," I replied. "Scotchman?" he suggested. "Yes, sir," I assented. "Mr. Anderson," said the captain, "I may as well tell you we are not exactly in the opium trade just now. We are running the secret dispatches from here to Japan for those Japanese who are favourable to the opening up of their country to European intercourse and trade. You will be engaged in some curious transactions with the Japs, but not much real danger." Captain Gulliver now wished me good morning, and we both entered the consulate together. He to confer with H.B.M. Consul on Japanese affairs, and I to overhaul the letters which lay scattered about on a table in an anteroom for all comers to handle, and the unscrupulous ones to do as they liked with. There were none for me, and although disappointed at first, the feeling soon wore off, and I proceeded to fulfil the behests of Captain Gulliver. Chapter II. A visit to a sailor's boarding house. I had been staying in the house of a respectable Chinaman within the walls of the city. I therefore went first to my lodging, informed my host of my engagement, settled my score, and got a boatman engaged to come for my belongings in the afternoon. I then wended my way to English and French Town, so termed from the presence of the consulates of the two nations. Not far from the consulates were several boarding houses, where seamen generally were to be found when out of employment. At the period I am writing of, men were scarce, a good many finding work in the lorchas up the river, as well as in the Chinese gunboats, which were then in their infancy and needed the skill and intelligence of Europeans. Pay was high in the gunboats, as well as in the lorchas, and the excitement intense to the wild spirits who craved for life out of the common, everyday jog-trot. My search in English and French Town for able seamen proved unsuccessful. I therefore hastened to the river, and having hired a sampan, crossed to the opposite bank. Nearly abreast of the English consulate on the further side stood a pretty large and commodious house, built somewhat in the American style. The house was walled in and stood in large grounds. From the walls depended sloping roofs, covering a breadth of 15 or 20 feet of ground, which the owner had converted into bowling alleys of the American type. The establishment in those days went by the name of Allen's American Boarding House. Here were often to be found seamen of every kind and of every country, deserters from the English, American, and other navies, and from the various merchant vessels frequenting the port of Shanghai and Ningpo. It was easy to get a passage in a lorcha from Ningpo, and Bob Allen's was always open to receive the straggler, be he who he might. Bob's emissaries would take men out of one ship to-night, and then to-morrow supply the same ship with the men who had been longest on his hands, Bob receiving a good quid pro quo on the transaction. However, Bob was not a hard boarding master for Jack, whatever injury he might do to the captain and owners. When once Jack got landed in Bob's house, he was safe. No captain ever was able to obtain the return of a deserter from there. Whether it was that the house was on ground away from the then settlements, or the fear of force against force, I know not, but Bob's house was carefully avoided alike by consuls, officers, and captains. I had been in Bob's house before, and was not entirely a stranger, although Bob was a little stiff at my not taking up my abode there instead of inside the city. Bob was the first man I met when I entered this, his castle. "Good morning, Mr. Allen," I said. "Good morning, Anderson," Bob replied, not unpleasantly, adding, "What has sent you over the water to day?" "Well, Mr. Allen, I have come over after some of your men, if you can let me have any. I have just shipped as third mate of that Opium schooner lying in the stream, abreast of your front door, and the captain has commissioned me to find some men for her if I can, so here I am. And will you have a drink before we begin business?" Bob was smiling all over his face now at my intelligence, and I could easily suppose he had a few boarders to be got rid of. The bartender was soon found, and 2 sherry cobblers adorned the bar table. I then told Bob the conditions of pay and service. "Well," said Bob, "it is not a bad offer, and I can let you have a dozen or more. Not but what I might make a little more by hanging out and getting runs for them in the tea clippers. Runs are high now, and I get the half of it, while I'll only get a month's advance for your men. You'll be coming back here again, perhaps?" he queried. "Oh, yes," I replied. "We are to run between here and Japan for some time, I believe." "All right, then, Anderson. I'll let you have as many as I can, and perhaps another time the captain may favor me again." "I dare say, if all turns out right, the captain will be only too glad to be served by you." "The men are just going to dinner now. While I am carving I will have a talk with them. Although some of them will have to go without much talking, being rather fond of no work, and a good bowling alley with plenty of good grub into the bargain." Chapter 3. Sailors' Wrongs and Remedies, a Crimp's Tricks. As soon as their dinner was over, Bob called me into the room where the men were assembled. After introducing me as the officer in quest of hands for a particular service, he named 18 of them as willing to join. A motley crowd they were, of all nationalities in Europe, and 1 or 2 hailing from Uncle Sam's territory. Some of them, as Bob afterwards told me, had been chased out of California, having made the place too hot for themselves, even amongst such a rough class as the diggers in these days were to a great extent. Still, diggers had a code of honor, which it seems some of my future shipmates were unable to live up to. Others of them had been soldiering in the Chinese Imperial Army under General Ward, and, tiring of camp life, wished for a taste of the briny again. The younger and more respectable looking of this varied lot were those who had deserted from some down east Yankee vessel, or perhaps from some hard-worked and half-starved English vessel. The food in merchant vessels of those days was none of the best, and the captain had more unlimited power for evil than in these days of telegraphy and flying mail steamers. There has also been a good deal of remedial legislation on behalf of Jack since the time I am writing of. Desertion was then the only remedy Jack had for a tyrannical master or mate or hungry ship; and if he were not a married man, or had not a good balance for the time he had served, or surmised that the captain or mate could by some trick deprive him of this balance, then he never took a second thought. But when Bob Allen's emissaries broached the subject, and lauded the high pay and good grub to be had for the taking, he eagerly jumped at the chance for freedom. Sailors in a forecastle are generally very true to their shipmates, be they right or wrong; and when Bob's boat arrived at midnight, under the bow, to take away perhaps half a dozen out of a ship's company of 20 or 30, all were blind, even to the watchman, while the transfer was being made. Next morning, when the boatswain turned the hands to, he found himself 6 short. He would, of course, report it to the chief officer, who would then come forward, and if he were one of the bullying sort, would threaten all sorts of disagreeable things to be done in the future if he were not told where to lay his hands on the delinquents. Then, if the captain were on board, he would come and have a try, only to find that all the information he could get would be nil. No one saw them go, not even the watchman, who, as he said, was aft for an hour, between 11 and 12, watching a suspicious sampan near the stern. Baffled in his inquiries at all points, the captain, like the mate, would resort to threats, and some have even been known to handcuff and confine the rest of the crew to make sure of them. Even then has the jailer captain been done. His ship is loaded, he releases his men to get his ship ready for sea. Mr. Allen and his runners, who know what has transpired on board, are on the watch. Bob makes a visit to the one hotel on the Shanghai side where most captains meet. He comes across the captain, and soon they are both carousing in a friendly way together, for is not Bob to supply him with some men on the morrow? Bob suggests to the captain that his chief officer had better go over, there and then, and pick his men. The captain agrees to this, and gives Bob a note for the mate, telling him what to do. Bob, armed with the note, is received on board when all visitors are excluded. On his way to the ship he has seen his own men and prepared his plan. Bob and the chief officer leave the ship. A gentlemanly-looking man steps on board and tells the second officer he has come, at the captain's request, to sign some men on his articles. The second mate takes him into the cabin. The gentlemanly man engages the officer in an amusing conversation. While this is passing in the cabin, a boat glides quietly under the bow. One of Bob's runners is in the forecastle amongst the newly released men. Very few words are spoken. The captain has threatened to make them pay the cost of substitutes for not informing on their absent shipmates. The iron on their wrists has entered their soul. Bob's runner is hailed as a saviour. In half an hour all are safely landed, clothes and all, nothing left but chests too old to be worth anything but for firewood. After waiting an hour with the second mate, and no men turning up, the gentlemanly young man says he will have to go, and requests the second mate to tell the captain that he will call first thing in the morning. Chapter 4. A Crimp's Tricks continued. The gentlemanly young man gone, the second mate takes a stroll forward to see that all is right. Alarmed at the dead quietness, he peers into the forecastle. Seeing no one about, he enters, and to his amazement he finds the place deserted of all its living inmates. Flabbergasted at sight of the empty place, he knows not what to do, only he and the steward left in the ship. He walks aft and takes counsel with the steward. The first question that arises is, what will the captain say? Neither of these two have been long in the ship, only the passage up from Hong Kong, from whence she came in ballast to load for New York. They do not like the ship or the captain. The only way out of the difficulty they can see is to follow those who have gone. A sampan is whistled for, and in a very short space of time they are seated in it with their effects, and are soon pulled to Frenchtown, where Fat Jack's boarding house receives them. Fat Jack, like Bob Allen, has many places to put a sailor in till his ship has sailed away. Half an hour after their silent leave-taking, the chief mate returns and finds very soon, from the absence of his junior officer and steward, that he is sole monarch of the vessel beneath his feet. He takes the precaution of locking every door on board, then he also whistles for a sampan, which soon arrives at his call. He takes the risk of leaving the vessel to watch herself, hurries on shore, runs rather than walks to the hotel, finds the captain, and in very few words acquaints him with what has taken place on board. The captain swears loudly and deeply, says, "Bob Allen has done it." The mate says, "No, sir, I was with Bob, at your request, to see the new hands." They are powerless, for it is now 10 o'clock. There is nothing for it but for both to return on board and watch their deserted vessel. Morning comes on apace. At 10 o'clock the captain is at his consulate. A peon is sent to search for his men. The peon does not go far, only to an opium den in Frenchtown. Fat Jack is on the lookout, treats the peon to a fragrant whiff, and takes him over his mansion, but he finds none but lorcha hands who are known to him by sight. For some reason or other the peon takes little interest in the search, and never ventures over the water to Bob Allen's, but close on 1 o'clock finds his way back to the consulate and the now very irate captain. He reports his non-success, and tells them he has been all over the place. Whether the consul believes him or not we do not say. The consul is a merchant trader, and has his private business to attend to. He cannot waste all his time over this captain, and he may also think the captain somewhat to blame, although not thinking aloud. He advises the captain to ship another crew, and get away to sea as soon as he gets them on board, and not stand the risk of losing a second lot. The captain, smothering his rage, is forced to coincide with this view. From the hotel he sends for Bob Allen. Bob agrees with him for an entire crew instead of the 6 men originally picked out by the mate. The captain gets all his clearance papers that afternoon. Next morning Bob Allen brings him his crew, receives from the captain his head money in hard Mexican dollars, and takes his leave. The anchor is hove up, the ship with her new seafarers sails away to the wide and trackless ocean for weal or woe. The story of this typical case of desertion was related to me by Bob while I was having lunch after the parade of the men who were to be on board of my new cruiser next morning to submit themselves for inspection by the captain and my superior officers whom I had not yet seen. Lunch finished, I shook hands with Bob and proceeded to the city for my traps, and then went on board. End of section 1. Section 2 of A Cruise in an Opium Clipper by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 2, Chapters 5 through 8. Chapter 5. I make acquaintance with my new shipmates. Arriving on board the Eamont, I introduced myself to the first and second officer as their new junior. Captain Gulliver, having been on board during the day, had acquainted them with my appointment, and also told them of the errand in search of men he had sent me on. After shaking hands with my new shipmates, who received me very cordially, I was eagerly questioned by both whether I had been successful in finding any men. I told them the result of my expedition to English and French Town, and its non-success, which made them pull rather a long face. When I told them of Bob Allen's promise of 18 men in the morning, they were highly pleased. It seemed they had been previously manned with Malays as seamen, carrying also a staff of Europeans as quartermaster, boatswains, and gunners. The Malays could not stand the intense cold of winter, therefore they had come to the conclusion to dispense with them. In the service on which she was now employed they could rub along with the 18 until they got down to Hong Kong, when they would be able to complete the complement required. After I had given all my information and disposed of my traps in my cabin, I went on deck and had a look round at my new floating home. I found her the perfect model of a fast cruiser, everything in perfect order and clean as a new pin. She was armed with 4 18-pounders of a side, a long 18 on the forecastle, and a 68-pounder amidships, these 2 last being pivot guns. She measured somewhat about 200 tons, and was strong and faithfully built, at a great cost for her size. Her main boom was 110 feet long, so that her mainsail was a swinger and needed some handling. The second officer, Mr. Nealance, who had accompanied me round and explained all that seemed new to me, and also told me that underneath the nicely floored hold I saw, on looking down the hatchway, there were nearly 200 tons of iron kentlage as stationary ballast. Their cargo, he said, rarely occupied much space. Sometimes it was boxes of dollars, and sometimes from 100 to 200 chests of opium. The accommodation for captain, officers, and crew was excellent, although looking at her from the outside you would wonder how they had contrived to make so much room. My brother officers seemed all that was desirable. The first, Mr. Jewell, was a medium-sized, thick-set Scotchman, every inch a sailor. The second officer, Mr. Nealance, was a typical Englishman, tall and finely proportioned, a thorough seaman, and full of dry humour; while Mr. Jewell was rather given to be serious and sedate, although at all times courteous and agreeable. They were each enamoured of their vessel, the captain, and the service in which they were engaged. I was soon made to feel one of them, and when I woke up and turned to my duty in the morning, I almost felt as if I had been on board for some time. Washing down and gun cleaning was got over by 8 bells, when all hands, excepting 2 armed sentries and an officer, went to breakfast. At 9 a.m. Captain Gulliver arrived alongside, and was received at the gangway by the chief officer. After several minutes' conversation with the chief officer, he turned and, saluting Mr. Nealance, wished him a pleasant good morning. He then advanced towards me, and answering my salutation, said in a pleasant manner, "Welcome on board the Eamont, Mr. Anderson. I hope we shall have many a pleasant trip together." "Thank you, sir," I replied. "I will endeavour to prove worthy of your appointment." "Did you succeed in getting any men yesterday?" he asked. "Yes, sir. I got the promise of 18 or more from Allen's boarding house over the water, and there he is, with 2 full sampans come alongside on the port side." "Good. We shall soon see if they are the right sort for us. I dare say, coming from Allen's over the water, they will do. They are generally a dare-devil lot." Bob Allen had now arrived alongside, and telling the chief officer who he was admitted on board, his crowd following at his heels. Bob wished the captain good morning in his politest manner, and from the looks which passed between them, one could see it was not the first time they had dealt with each other. The captain, beckoning the chief officer, turned with him and Bob, and walked forward to have a look at the men. After scanning them closely, the captain asked them if they were all willing to join. He also told them that sometimes they were engaged in what might appear to some people a dangerous service. All replied in the affirmative. The chief officer then brought a form of agreement on deck, which was read over to them. Each man signed his name or his mark, and the shipping business was concluded. Bob Allen received an order on the agent for a goodly sum of Mexicans, and departed well satisfied with his morning's work. The new recruits proceeded to the forecastle, where they disposed of their belongings, and after dinner all were, in a manner, conversant with the general routine of the ship. It is not my present purpose to write of the work we performed for several months in the opening up of Japan to European trade and intercourse, but to relate what I may term a cruise in an opium clipper, and the opening up of Formosa. To Japan we carried no opium. When sent to Formosa, we went with opium as an opium trader, and to open a trade for opium with the natives of that island. I will therefore pass over a period of 6 months, and transport myself and reader to the beautiful harbour of Hong Kong. Chapter 6. A Secret Expedition. We arrived at Hong Kong about the middle of July, and received orders to refit. The sails were unbent and sent on shore, as were also the spare sails, and all were placed in the hands of the sailmaker. No patches were allowed in any of the sails. The whole cloth had to come out, or if the least sign of extra wear were on any of them, they were condemned, and new sails were put in their place. Every care was taken that the sails in these vessels should be of the very best, and always in first-class order. The Eamont was likewise stripped to a gantline, all the standing rigging coming on deck, and the crew were set to work to refit the whole. It was the same with the rigging as with the sails. The very least sign of an extra chaff, and new rigging was forthwith put in its place. No liberty was allowed to the crew until the ship was once more all a tanto, with every mark of the refitting obliterated from decks and bulwarks, and the vessel painted from stem to stern. In about 10 days this work was completed, and she lay in the water once more like a thing of life and beauty. Each watch was then given what money they required, and 48 hours' leave to go and have a carouse, and come back cured of the shore longing for another spell. After the men had returned from their leave, some dozen or more extra hands were taken on, no doubt induced by the men on leave to join a craft where the pay was high and the excitement intense. The Eamont being now again ready for sea, About 120 chests of opium arrived alongside and were taken on board. With the opium, the captain, who had been staying on shore during the refitting, also made his appearance. After complimenting us officers on the satisfactory condition in which he found the Eamont, he called us down into his saloon to inform us as to where we were bound. "We are going on an entirely new expedition this time," said Captain Gulliver, "to a place named Taku, somewhere in the southwest end of the island of Formosa, to see if we can create a market there. The owners tell me they have a strong suspicion that some of the other opium merchants have already forestalled us. We are to proceed first to Amoy, and gain what information we can as to the whereabouts of this Taku. No chart of the place has ever been published, so we shall have our work set to find a port that is somewhere within a length of 100 miles of coastline. If it is there, we will find it. I am also instructed by the owners not to proceed to sea till the weather is more settled. The barometer has been very unsteady the last day or two, and all on shore are in daily expectation of a typhoon." Turning to the chief officer, he asked if he had got all the extra ammunition on board and secured in the magazine. Mr. Jule replied in the affirmative, and that there was a goodly stock of all kinds. "We may need it all," remarked the captain, "for from what I hear, the Formosans are a wild and hardy people, quite uncivilized, and may rather like to have the opium for the taking instead of the buying. 4 Chinese schroffs will accompany us, who slightly understand the lingo of the Formosans, as well as to look after the Mexicans, for the natives may have found bad money as profitable as the Chinese find it. I will now wish you all good night. You will keep strict watch, and let no one know but what we are only bound on one of our usual coast trips to supply our own receiving ships. I will call on board once a day until we receive our sailing orders." The captain then got into his shore gig and was pulled to the landing place, none of our boats being allowed to leave the ship. For the benefit of those of my readers who do not know how this trade was carried on, I may here relate that each of the large opium merchants, whose headquarters was Hong Kong, had, at the 4 treaty ports that were then open, a large receiving vessel, heavily armed, and with a full crew on board, mostly Manila men. The clippers, like the Eamont, went up and down the coast supplying these receiving ships with opium, and bringing back the silver given in exchange, sometimes in bars, sometimes Mexican dollars, often antique ware, such as vases of silver and gold. In fact, so long as it was of the precious metals, it went into the scale against the opium, and was received as being as good as cash. It was from these receiving ships the opium was sold to the inhabitants who had the wherewithal to traffic for this so-called noxious drug. The danger to the schooners and the necessity of being well armed arose from the Chinese pirates of these days in their fast lorchas, who liked opium as much as did their brethren of the land, if not to use it, at any rate to convert it into silver. These lorchas were often on the lookout to endeavour to capture so rich a prize as an opium clipper upward bound, or downward bound. She was a rich prize to them, whether with opium or silver. Chapter 7. A Typhoon. The weather continued in the same unsettled state for 8 days. Sultry, with drizzling rain, varied with heavy thunder squalls, and altogether very uncomfortable and aggravating to us who wished to be away and doing. At length, on the 8th day of our enforced idleness, the captain arrived on board with orders to proceed. The weather had cleared, but there was a lack of anything like a breeze to blow away the sultriness of the almost dead calm that prevailed. We unmoored, hove short to 1 anchor, set all sail, then weighed the anchor and proceeded for the Lai Moon passage, round the north end of the island. We crawled slowly along towards the pass with the little breath of air there was. When we got fairly into the passage, it fell a dead calm, and we scarcely moved. Captain Gulliver immediately ordered the sweeps to be manned. All these vessels were supplied with long, heavy oars about 40 feet long. In calm weather, when threatened by pirates, or in the near vicinity of land, these sweeps were run out of the gun ports and manned with 6 men each, would make the ship go along some 3 or 4 knots an hour with perfect ease. The sweeps were soon run out and manned, and away we glided through the passage and out into the open sea. After pulling to a good offing of about 10 miles, the sweeps were taken in and stowed away, and the guns, which had been run in out of the way, were again run out and secured. We did not lay long becalmed, for as the heat of the sun subsided, a light and gentle breeze sprang up from the landward side. All sail was trimmed to catch the breeze, and as it increased, as the sun sank in his western bed, we were soon rattling along 10 knots an hour, the wind almost abeam, and everything pulling to perfection. When the log was hove at 8 p.m. we were making 12 knots. The wind being off the land, the sea was comparatively smooth, so that we had every advantage of trim, wind, and sea, as well as canvas that held every capful of wind that came along. The night was beautiful, all that could be desired. Not a cloud in the sky, nothing but the clear blue above studded with its innumerable stars and shining worlds. My watch began at 8 bells, so I went on deck and relieved Mr. Jule, who remarked on the pleasantness of the night, and that we should fetch Amoy in a day and a half if the breeze held out. I took over charge of the deck from the chief officer, who gave me the course, and also told me to call the captain if any change in the weather should occur, and to give an occasional look at the barometer. Nothing particular arrested my attention until nearly 6 bells, when the wind all at once changed from a steady breeze and became gusty. Dark-looking clouds were forming ahead, and although I was wishful, like many a young officer, to carry on till the end of the watch, I felt that I must take a look at the barometer. I jumped down into the fore cabin where the barometer hung, and what was my astonishment to find it had fallen more than 1 inch since I had noted it at 4 bells. I immediately went and called Captain Gulliver, and informed him of the state of the weather and the fall in the glass. The captain followed me on deck in his night clothes, and after taking a good look round and noting the change in the steadiness of the wind, said to me, "Mr. Anderson, keep her away 3 points more off the land. Call all hands on deck, send a quartermaster to call the first and second officers, and tell them to look sharp. Take the watch forward, Anderson, and take the topgallant sail in. Then send the yard on deck." "Aye, aye, sir," I replied, and we were soon busy with the flapping sail. The other officers, with all hands, were soon on deck, and I could hear Captain Gulliver's stentorian voice issuing orders in a firm and rapid manner. "Mr. Nealance," I heard him shout, for the wind was now rapidly increasing with noisy gusts, "clew the gaff topsail. Boatswain's mate, lay aloft with 8 hands and secure it. Mr. Jule, lay forward and take that square sail in. Nealance, have you got that gaff topsail clewed up?" "Yes, sir," replied Nealance. "Lower away the mainsail then, with the rest of your hands, and get it made fast." I heard Captain Gulliver shout above the din of the fast-coming storm which we had run into. "Jule and Anderson," he now called out, "haul all the jibs down, leaving the stay foresail up." The jibs down, the next order was clew the topsail up. We managed to clew it up, but before the men reached the yard it was flying away in pieces 1 yard or 2 in size, as if bound for some upper rag store. The boatswain's mate and his 8 hands were unable to secure the gaff topsail, which may be flying somewhere yet, for he said, when he came down with his men who bore signs of a severe scuffle, that it filled like a balloon and went clean out of their hands. It was no foolish sail, and it had a 28 feet yard on its head, whose flapping about left several marks on those who vainly endeavoured to secure it. We were more fortunate with a gallant sail. The sail was not very large, and when once secured to the yard was soon on deck. The men being drilled in sending this yard up and down, it all came easy to them. In 2 hours we were down to the stay foresail and half the fore trysail, the lower half having taken leave as it flapped in the lowering. We were in a typhoon now, and no mistake. You could not hear any one speak close to you unless he yelled at the top of his voice. The scene was the wildest imaginable. The Eamont was flying along in the darkness, under 2 rags of sails, and when the squalls were on her she lay down with her hatches in the water. After we had done all we could in the shape of making fast and securing whatever was necessary, we officers found our way aft to where the captain stood conning the ship, still in his night-dress, no one having had leisure to dress. As we closed up to the captain, he said, "Well, gentlemen, we are in for it now. This is going to be a swinger. Jump down, Mr. Jule, and let me know what the barometer says." Mr. Jule soon returned and reported 27.80. "By George," says the captain, "that is very near as low as the Swatow one of last year, which we rode out when all those ships went on shore." Mr. Nealance had told me of that typhoon of last year. They rode it out in the Eamont, riding on one chain with 150 fathoms out, with a second anchor backed on it at 60 fathoms. They had to cut her masts away, but they hung the wreckage astern of them, and 4 days afterwards they had the masts in again, much shorter of course, but were enabled to fetch Amoy in 3 days under double reefed sails, where they docked and refitted. Chapter 8. A Typhoon Continued. The last chapter closed amidst a scene of wild tempestuous grandeur, utterly indescribable. No pen can portray the awful scenes in which we were madly scudding, no one knew whither. As the captain said, after he remarked about the lowness of the barometer then, and the one they rode out at Swatow the previous year, there was nothing for it but scud, scud, scud. She seemed to make the best weather scudding, for when she broached to she lay with her cross-beams almost in the water, making it impossible to stand anywhere on the deck. The sea did not rise much, for it was actually one mass of seething foam. The wind howled through the cordage with a noise like thunder. The wind and rain came along in solid spiral columns, tearing everything before them. 2 boats in the weather davits were blown up against the shoulders of the davits and smashed themselves to pieces. The lee boats had gone, tearing away the davits from the side of the strongly made Eamont. At 4 a.m. Mr. Jule was again sent by the captain to note the barometer. He was not long in bringing his report. No one seemed to care to be off the deck except our staff of Chinese schroffs, stewards, and cooks, who lay on the floor of the cabin in a miserable plight indeed. Mr. Jule reported the barometer at 27.50. I had never seen it so low in my career. Captain Gulliver took it calmly, however, and if he ever thought of the vicinity of the land and the circular course we were making, he had the good sense to keep it to himself, and not damp the spirits of those around him with miserable forebodings of any other danger. Catching me by the sleeve, he yelled into my ear when I got close enough to him, "Anderson, do you think you can act steward for the nonce and go and find some cheese and bread and pass them forward to the crew and serve out a stiff glass of grog all around? If you can't manage the grog, send them some bottled ale." "Aye, aye, sir," I replied, and made for the companion with a couple of quartermasters. We managed to get down to the store room, and after no little trouble succeeded in getting the wherewithal to make up a snack and wash it down. The crew appreciated the meal, I have no doubt, having had 4 hours hard and trying work in a howling tempest, whose raindrops hit you like hailstones. The crew having been attended to, we officers went down also, one by one, and had some slight refreshment, which helped to revive us and fit us for what was to come. Daylight had not yet dawned upon us, and the darkness added a wild intensity to the hurricane. Nothing could be seen ahead or astern 10 yards from the ship, only the white and seething foam, in which we were enveloped as in a shroud. The noise of the wind crashed heavier than the roar of a battery of heavy artillery when the squalls were upon her. I myself stood at the wheel with the quartermaster for an hour. In that time we had scudded 3 times round the compass. At length day began to break, but one could almost have wished for the darkness again, for in the darkness we could only surmise a good deal of the awful majesty of the storm we were in. With daylight we saw more of the power of the devastating force of this wild cyclonal gale. Ropes had broken by force of the wind, and were streaming to leeward from both masts as from a deserted vessel. To climb aloft was impossible. The wind blew you so hard on to the rigging that you could not back your feet out of the ratlines to step upwards, so the streaming pennants had to be left as they were. Our 4 lee guns had got loose with the eternal swash of the seething water in which they had been immersed, the breechings had chafed through, and they had gone to fit a frigate for Davy Jones. At 10 a.m. the barometer had gone down to 27.30. Captain Gulliver then ordered the carpenter and his mate to be stationed one at each mast with their sharpest axe, a hand at each weather shroud, and backstay with sharp knife and boat axe. Should the squalls, which were now coming in more rapid succession, overpower her, it was his intention to cut the masts away, being the only chance of saving the hull. This he explained to us officers as we proceeded to station the men. One fiercer squall came on just as we had stationed our men, and our square foresail, which hung up and down from the sling of the foreyard, and was handed by 4 pairs of brails, besides being secured with extra lashings, blew out of its lashings. The wind being aft, it filled like a balloon, and was like to tear the foremast out of her, and thus save us the trouble of cutting it away. I could hear a shout from the captain, as also see the dumb signs of cutting while he pointed to the foresail. Along with 2 seamen, and with the added excitement of this new and great danger, I succeeded in reaching the lashing which held it to the foreyard. We managed to cut it away, and away it flew into the wind and rain, and may be flying yet, for we never saw it reach the seething foam around us. Eased of this heavy drag, the Eamont seemed to take a breath in her mad career. It was only for a moment, though, for when we reached the deck, the captain, through his speaking trumpet, was giving the order to stand by the masts and rigging, for now the time was coming. The squalls, which at 6 a.m. had come about every quarter of an hour, and at 8 a.m. about every 10 minutes, as also at 10 a.m. about every 5 minutes, were now upon us in fierce and rapid succession, seemingly one long dismal howl. About 11 it seemed to culminate in one wild burst, as if all the windows of the heavens were opened. Over went the Eamont with her cross trees in the water, flat on her broadside. The captain, through his trumpet, shouted, "Cut!" but ere a stroke had been given, with his next breath came, "Hold on all!" In a moment, like the lightning flash, the scene was changed. The Eamont was again upright, on even keel, the wind had gone, the rain had ceased, and we could see a distance of 2 or 3 miles ahead and astern. A curious turmoil of a sea was left us, and we lay becalmed, bereft of motion, like a dead log, knocked about by this jumble of a sea whithersoever it listed. Section 3 of A Cruise in an Opium Clipper by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 3, Chapters 9 through 11. Chapter 9. The Typhoon Passes Away. The captain was eagerly scanning the appearance of the atmosphere, by which we were now surrounded. The barometer showed but little signs of a rise. The sea was running in every direction the compass could point. Not a breath of air was stirring, while a dense misty cloud hung all round at about 2 miles off on either side, ahead and astern also. After the lapse of a quarter of an hour, Captain Gulliver gave orders for a new forestaysail and inner jib to be bent forward. Mr. Jule and I went forward, and soon had the sails out of the locker and hands at work bending them. The men were nimble, and seemed glad to be out of the throes of such a devastating and tempestuous scene as that which we had passed through in the last 12 hours. Although busy with the sails, I often glanced in the direction of the quarter-deck, where Captain Gulliver still stood watching the weather with an anxious look upon his countenance. In about half an hour we had got the staysail and jib bent and set. The chief officer went and reported to the captain that the sails were bent and new sheets rove. Mr. Jule again came forward, and we were ordered to set up a new topsail and bend it also. We soon had the topsail on deck and the sail rope around it. As we were in the act of swaying it off the deck, I heard the captain, in loud stentorian tones, shout, "Hold on that topsail! All hands to their stations and secure that hatch again!" The words were scarcely out of his mouth, when, with a loud and deafening roar that can only be heard to be really known or described, the hurricane was again upon us. Over went the Eamont on her beam ends. "Stand by your axes!" shouted the captain through his trumpet, "but don't cut till I give the order." The hurricane struck us on the starboard beam. The new foretopsail and jib took their departure with a report like that of a heavy gun, the sheets having parted with the first sudden jerk. The foretrysail, from the close reef band up and with the throat slashed down, was all that was on her now, and seemed quite enough, even with so much iron kintlage in her bottom. The wind having caught us on the starboard side, we were on the same tack as before, and the same lee rail lay buried in the seething foam. As every fierce gust rushed upon her, she went over till her starboard broadside was in a horizontal position. Had the kintlage not been perfectly secured, no doubt she would have gone right over, but the kintlage being secured as if it were a portion of the structure of the vessel, saved her from capsizing. I had found my way to the quarter-deck with my brother officers, and as I looked in the binnacle, I observed she was heading northeast, and the wind was about south and on the starboard quarter. She was tearing through the water like a racehorse, and the captain had ordered them to keep her northeast and make a good course. After half an hour's hard fight with this second edition of the storm, I noticed the captain's hard and anxious look slightly relax, and an almost grim smile light up his features. Turning round to us officers who were ranged behind him, hanging on to the weather rail, Captain Gulliver said, "I think we are all right now. The time between the squalls is increasing, and I rather imagine that last one was not quite so fierce as the one before. Go down and take a look at the barometer, Mr. Jule," he added. "Aye, aye, sir," said Jule, and immediately made the best of his way below, nothing loath, for I think we were all getting anxious for a rise in the glass. Mr. Jule soon arrived, his face beaming with pleasure, and reported to the captain that the barometer had risen to 27.60. This good news relieved all that were within hearing, and the anxious, careworn expression soon vanished from our faces. After the next squall had passed, Captain Gulliver turned to Mr. Jule and said, "Keep a good look-out for her now, while I go and get a change into drier garments. Keep her northeast, and let her come more easterly when the squalls are not on her. You can also let each watch go below and shift themselves, and then set the watch. Anderson," he said, turning to me, "go and beat up those cooks and stewards, and tell them I expect something to eat in an hour's time, as well as all hands. We don't want a heavy spread, but something in the rough that will fill a 16 hours vacuum." The captain dived below, and we officers then congratulated ourselves on our escape through the calm centre of a wild and tempestuous hurricane. The Eamont was now tearing through the water 12 knots an hour. Every mile told now, for the hurricane was progressing westward, and we were soon enabled to bring her up to east-northeast, and that was as high as the captain wished to come. While heading northeast, the wind had a tendency to go to the eastward, but after it had eased itself of its wild rage, and we had got her to east-northeast, it stuck at south till we were out of all danger, and able to wear ship and proceed on our course to Amoy. By 3 p.m. we had all dined after a fashion, but what was more to the purpose, we had all changed from wet to dry in clothing, and felt again as comfortable as a pug in a lady's lap. At 6 p.m. the weather had eased so much as to allow of setting the topsail, which with jibs and staysail and new fore trysail we had bent. We had plenty of hands, which made the work light and easy. As the sun sank in his western bed, the atmosphere was clear enough for us to make out the land on the port beam, distant about 18 miles. We had scudded northeasterly about 40 miles since the calm's center passed us, and since going on our course of northwest about another 40 miles, so that when we were madly scudding round the center in the morning we were never much more than 12 miles from the land. We had escaped a great danger, and were thankful we had kept clear of the hard and rocky shore. The next morning we were running along the coast under all sail, with a pleasant and refreshing breeze from south-southwest, and at sunset of the second day after the hurricane we were safely moored at the harbour of Amoy with 2 anchors, a cable's length astern from our own receiving ship. The boarding nettings were triced up, and armed sentries, with 1 officer, kept watch over the Eamont, on the lookout for the daring and exceedingly cunning thieves who infested this harbour of Amoy. Chapter 10. We arrive at Amoy and refit. On the following day, after the regular routine of the morning's work had been got over, and the breakfast finished, all hands were started to refit the ship. The Eamont was again stripped to a gantline, in order to make sure that all extra straining which the rigging had received in the hurricane should be properly seen to and made good. Sail makers were got from the shore, and soon the quarter-deck was converted into a busy sail loft. New sails were made in the place of those we had lost. New cordage of the best was fitted in the place of all that was carried away. 4 broadside guns were brought from our receiving ship, mounted on carriages, and fitted with new breechings and train tackles, as well as all necessary appliances for their use. In about 7 days the Eamont was all atonto, and looking as if she had never yet encountered anything stronger than the gentle zephyrs of a lady's sigh. As an encouragement to the crew, they had been promised 24 hours' leave, 1 watch at a time. So when our refit was completed, each watch had their day's leave on shore, with as many dollars as they could well get through, along with their Chinese ferries. It was considered better to let them have their fling on shore than to follow the custom that then prevailed on board of most English, American, and European ships, of allowing boat-loads of the demi-monde to come alongside, and permitting each seaman to choose his lady-love to keep him company on board while in port. In those days this was quite a common occurrence, not only in China, but in the Dutch East Indian ports also, some consuls objecting to the seamen having liberty on shore. The consuls raised no objections to our proceedings. In fact, we had very little to do with them, unless when carrying mails or despatches, which we often did in those days before the steamer was seen on the coast of China. The discipline in our vessels was as near as possible the same as in the Royal Navy. Several of the commanders, as well as some of the officers, had been sailing masters in the Royal Navy, the high rate of pay and the chances of making more being no doubt a great inducement for leaving the service. There was also less stiffness and martinetism amongst the officers, creating a general freedom united with respect for superiors when on duty. Our service was considered desperate by some, as in the event of capture by the Chinese, the most horrible, cruel, and lingering of deaths was what awaited you. The day on which I was granted leave is vividly pictured in my memory. I had been from home for some years, and had never come in contact with any one who took the slightest interest in my spiritual welfare. My life had been spent in scenes of turbulence and amongst the wildest spirits that roved the ocean, and in the many civilized and uncivilized lands it had been my lot to visit. I suppose that, like many others living amid such scenes, my conscience was deadened, and so long as varied and exciting enterprises filled the gap, I was content. It was about noon on a Sunday when I left the Eamont to have a walk on land. As I was being pulled on shore in a sampan, I called on board of an English vessel that was loaded for London. It was mere passing curiosity on my part to see if I could glean any intelligence of what was happening in the old country. I was politely welcomed on board by one of her officers, and told him who I was and what vessel I hailed from. "All right, shipmate," says this officer, "we are holding a service aft on the quarter-deck. Perhaps you will come and join us." I could hardly refuse his invitation, so followed him to the quarter-deck, and remained till the finish of the service. A young missionary with a strong Scotch accent that betokened somewhere near Glasgow was the officiating minister. Almost as soon as he was done he came up to me, I suppose because I was a stranger, and dressed more like a landsman than a sailor for the time being. "Good day, sir," said the missionary to me. "May I take the liberty of asking if you are from the shore, or do you belong to a vessel in the harbour?" Imitating the Scotch accent, I replied, "No liberty at all, sir. I am an officer belonging to a vessel in the harbour, and I called on board here on my way to the shore, simply from curiosity, as well as to see if I could hear anything of the doings at home." He then introduced himself to me by name, and informed me of his calf ground, and after I had correspondingly introduced myself, we had quite a talk over bonny Scotland. As he was staying on board this vessel for the day, the guest of the captain, when our talk of Caledonia was ended, I was about to take my leave. "By the by," said the missionary, "you have never told me the name of your vessel, Mr. Anderson, and I would like much to have a talk with you again, for society is not over abundant here." I had not told him the name of our vessel, because I knew that some people were very much prejudiced against our service, but when thus pressed I had no alternative. As the Eamont was lying only about 5 cables from where we were standing, I pointed her out to him, saying, "I am an officer on that pretty yacht-looking vessel lying astern of the receiving ship of Messrs. D. and Company." "What!" he said, looking aghast at me, "you, a well-brought-up Scotchman, and sailing in that class of vessel?" "Yes," I replied, "the life suits me, and I have nothing to do with the money made in the trade any more than if I was serving in this vessel; and the owners, for a goodly sum of money, which they never refuse, carried a cargo of opium from Hong Kong to here." "Miserable sophistry, Anderson, for would your people not force it on the country, and even fight to protect it?" "I don't know about forcing it on the country," I retorted. "If there were no willing market for it, there would be no trade, and I expect this ship would fight as hard as she could to earn her freight for carrying the opium." "I am sorry, Mr. Anderson, indeed, to find a countryman of mine there at any rate, and I wish I could prevail on you to give it up." "At present, at any rate," I said, "I like the life, the excitement, and the spice of danger, and I assure you there are a good many that run down our trade from sheer envy. They would be only too glad to get into the swim. I have sailed in vessels flying the British flag, belonging to talking philanthropic shipowners who very willingly received the freight earned in the carrying of slaves up and down the coast of Africa. These same owners could be heard glibly talking on public platforms in their most sanctimonious garb about the suppression of many so-called obnoxious traffics, yet they were at the same time receiving goodly sums of money for the carrying on of one or other of these obnoxious trades. We do it openly before the world, and are therefore strongly marked in consequence." After this long tirade of mine, he shook his head and said,
Ah, Mr. Anderson, I still am sorry you are there, and if other men are vile and unscrupulous in their trade, that is no excuse for others to do likewise. I should like to see you again, but the reception I had on board one of your vessels will preclude me from visiting you on board. However, there is my card, and if you are ever on shore again at any time, give me a call." I wished him a laughing good-bye, and hoped he would think as much good of me as he could for the sake of old Riki. I proceeded on shore, had a ramble through the town, visited several joss houses or temples, and then, at the invitation of our comprador, who was almost a mandarin in his way, went to his house to have a real Chinese dinner. I had a famous meal, bird's nest soup, also a preparation of bêche de mer with shark's fins, and a good many other Chinese delicacies, some of them unmentionable to a London epicure. After dinner, tea was served, in porcelain cups of a beautiful pattern, tea grown in his own garden, which could only be sold at $40 a caddy. It was tea, similar in colour to palest brandy, strong and refreshing, a very nectar. After tea the comprador accompanied me to the waterside, saw me into my sampan, and took its number, a very proper precaution, for John Chinaman of the sampan thought nothing of a life if there were any dollars to be had, and he happened to be the stronger of the two. I got safely on board, however, and after reciting my experiences of the day to my brother officers, soon retired for the night, my leave not expiring till 8 a.m. of the following day. My missionary friend did not call at our ship, but we were greatly surprised on the Tuesday morning to find, lying on the after skylight, several printed tracts, severely condemning the opium trade, and those engaged in its obnoxious traffic. Chapter 11. The Captain explains the nature of the enterprise. We were now again ready for sea, the refitting was complete, and the sailmakers had succeeded in restoring our sails to their usual complement. 2 days more were expended in drilling the crew at the guns and small arms. We had firing at floating targets with the big guns, while revolver practice and the cutlass exercise was carried on under awnings on the deck. At intervals the drill was varied, in order to accustom the men to jump at once to any arm that was necessary. The captain, who had already seen much service, was anxious to have us all well up to the mark, for he said the Formosans from all accounts were ugly customers to deal with. They were said to be a big, strong, and hardy race of people, only partly civilized, but not afraid to use the rude weapons which they possessed. Our 2 days' drilling over, that same evening the captain arrived on board from the receiving ship, where he had stayed most of the time during our temporary refitting. After greeting us officers in his usual hearty manner, and hearing from Mr. Jule of the good condition everything was now restored to, as also the proficiency of the crew at the guns and small arms, he informed us that as he had gleaned all the information it was possible to get about this place we were bound to, we should unmoor in the morning, weigh the anchor in the ebb, and proceed on our voyage of discovery. The watch being set, and the order for all hands to unmoor at 4 a.m. passed along to the boatswain, the steward was ordered to serve out a glass of grog to the crew, while the petty officers were supplied with a bottle of rum to regale themselves with, as a wind-up to our 10 days' work. The men being attended to, the captain ordered the steward to bring up some champagne and ice, and we officers were invited to join him in drinking success to our undertaking. After success in a full bumper had been drunk, the captain said, "I will now give you all the information I have been enabled to get here. There is an Irish-American captain of the name of Rooney, who has succeeded in getting into this place named Taku, somewhere in the southwest end of Formosa. I have got the latitude and longitude pretty nearly out of an old Chinese junk captain who has been there. I showed him the China sea chart with the outline of Formosa on it, and he pointed to the spot I had been shown in Hong Kong as the supposed position of the entrance to this place. I am also told that this Captain Rooney has succeeded in getting a large hulk into the harbour, which he has turned into a receiving ship. He is supplied with opium by an entirely new firm, who have succeeded in keeping the place to themselves by simply spreading the report that their vessels were bound to Manila. They were always seen to go from Hong Kong through the Green Island Passage, and so people generally believed their report. Our people found out the opium never went to Manila, and following up the trail discovered that it was somewhere in Formosa and about the southwest end of the island. "That is actually all we know about it," said the captain, "and I'll tell you what we will do. We will steer for this latitude and longitude, then cruise along the coast till we see an entrance, then we will send a well-armed boat in to examine the place and sound the way in with the lead, previous to taking the Eamont in, as we know nothing about what depth of water there may be. There is also a possibility that, when we arrive there, we may come across some fishermen from the place we want to get to. There are very few places near a coast but what they have fishermen of some sort, either on catamarans or bamboo rafts. Now, gentlemen, you know as much about it as I do, and I am sure you will give me all the assistance I need in getting to this unknown land." We all assured him of our best endeavours to succeed, and our pleasure in being engaged in a somewhat novel and exciting venture. "Thank you," said Captain Gullivar. "One more glass, and then we will turn in, and be up with the lark in the morning." Finishing our wine, we wished him good night, and proceeded to our various cabins, and were soon in the arms of Morpheus. Section 4 of A Cruise in an Opium Clipper by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Section 4, Chapters 12 through 14. Chapter 12. We reach our destination, but cannot pass the reef. The next morning at 4 o'clock, the shrill whistle of the boatswain and his mates could be heard all over the ship, calling the hands up. In about an hour we were unmoored from our 2 anchors, and hove short on the starboard anchor. All sail was then set, and the headyards braced aback to cant her off when the anchor was tripped. The tide, which was on the point of turning, flood to ebb, was at a standstill, so that as soon as the sail was set, and the yards braced for canting her, the capstan was manned, and soon the anchor was up at the hawse-pipe. Although there was not much wind, she soon felt her release from her hold on the bottom, and paid off till her fore and aft canvas were clean full, when the headyards were braced round to fill with the breeze, and we stood gracefully away past our receiving ship, dipping flags in token of good-bye. What little wind there was came from the sea, and therefore we had to beat out tack for tack till we got out into the open water of the China Sea, where we expected a brisk breeze from southwestward. As the day advanced, the wind gradually increased, and with the ebb tide under our lee we made good progress to seaward. No ground was lost, we never missed stays. The Eamont came round like a top, and never lost headway when going about, her fore and aft canvas being in such excess of her topsail and topgallant sail, which, with the bowline of the forestaysail to windward, were the only sails aback in stays. She came round so quickly that the fore and afters were no sooner in the wind than they were drawing away full again on the other tack. By noon we were out of the inlet that leads to Amoy Harbour, and the wind we expected to find being all that could be desired, we were bowling along under all sail, square sail and topmast studding sail included, to the merry tune of 10 knots in an hour. The course was set to pass conveniently north of the Pescador Islands, from whence we could steer for the latitude and longitude of the place we were in quest of. The watch was set, and the usual routine of daily work and duty when at sea was proceeded with. As the sun went down, the breeze lessened considerably, but as the sea kept comparatively smooth, and the wind was on the starboard beam, making every stitch of canvas draw to the best advantage, we kept gliding through the water 5 or 6 knots an hour. With the rising of the sun next morning the breeze freshened, and by 9 a.m. we were again spanking along 11 and 12 miles per hour. In the afternoon we passed north of the Pescador Islands, keeping a fair distance off, for although the islands passed current as being the habitation of deep sea fishermen, it was well known that piratical junks rendezvoused there also. We ran on the same course till the islands were out of sight, and then altered the course for the position off Taku we were bound for. By thus running out of sight of the islands, we gave to no suspicious craft the real direction of our line of course. By direction of the captain, great attention was paid to the cutlass drill and revolver target firing, each member of the crew being supplied with a very serviceable Colt's revolver. For the next 2 days the wind kept in the same direction and with much the same force, but the sea had risen somewhat as the distance from the coast of China increased. In the afternoon of the 4th day since leaving Amoy, we arrived at our position off Taku, according to the latitude and longitude supplied to the captain by our owners when leaving Hong Kong. We had made the land at noon, and the captain had gradually drawn the Eamont towards the coast while still running for our assumed position. Captain Gullivar, Mr. Jule, Mr. Nealance and I, each with a good telescope, carefully scanned the land as we ran along at a distance of about 3 miles. No apparent inlets or rivers' mouths could we observe. All along, the coast was one unbroken line of white surf, through which it seemed impossible that anything in the shape of a boat could pass. Keeping a careful lookout ourselves, as well as having a quartermaster aloft watching for any hidden danger ahead, we sailed along, passing our notified position for a distance of 15 miles. Nothing in the shape of a harbor entrance could be made out, neither smoke nor any signs of human life were visible, not even a fisherman on a raft or catamaran. Nothing but one continued line of coast, with the surf breaking on it at various distances from the main land, which was moderately high, well wooded, and seemingly abounded in vegetation. Captain Gullivar, looking just a little crestfallen at this our first look for our destined haven, turned to Mr. Jule and said, "I think we have scanned the coast pretty closely, and it don't seem to me as if there were any opening there for us to pass through. We have been tearing pretty smartly through the water, and at our distance off, if the entrance is very narrow, we may have missed it. The line of surf seems connected all the way along, but perhaps if we made the entrance out, and then steered in shore, we might find a patch of green 30 or 40 yards wide, which would be quite enough for us to pass through. We will shorten sail now," he adds, "and let her head off till morning, reaching to the southward with the fore bow line to windward. We shall thus gain a few miles more to the south of our supposed position. Then at daylight we will about ship and come along back the way we have come, under easy sail and keeping a bright lookout. The wind is dead on the shore, and not too much of it, so that we can sail along either way without any trouble, and at any distance that is prudent under our peculiar circumstances." The mainsail and the gaff topsail were taken in, the top gallant sail and the 3 outer jibs likewise, and the Eamont was left stripped to her topsail, fore trysail, inner jibs, and stale foresail. With the stay foresail sheet to windward, she slipped along through the water about 1.5 knots an hour. Keeping nice steerage way and having a deep keel and sharp after run, she made no leeway. Sailing close to the wind, she drew off from the coast line 2 to 3 points, and thus increased her distance from the land during the hours of darkness. Captain Gullivar, being of the opinion, no doubt, that it was better to be sure than sorry, more especially as we were on a coast as yet unsurveyed, and of which there was only the merest outline, possibly sketched out by an officer of some man of war while sailing along at a good and safe distance from the coast. Sail accordingly having been reduced, the intense watchful anxiety of the last 4 or 5 hours passed away, and with appetites which the anxiety had not lessened, we adjourned below to dinner. Whatever Captain Gullivar may have thought of our non-success of the day, he never showed it at his well-spread table. In general, when having our meals, he contrived to turn the channel of discourse into some subject not entirely apart from ships and shipping, and told us many a tale of his long experience in the opium service. After dinner, at the suggestion of the captain, Mr. Jule, Nealance, and I divided the remaining hours of darkness into 3 watches, so that we could be on deck all next day, and assist with our several organs of vision in the finding out of this hidden aperture in the coast line through which we were so anxious to pass. Chapter 13. Seeking for a Passage. At 4 next morning the Eamont was wore round and allowed to proceed in a direction that would bring her pretty close to the shore at daybreak. Every precaution was taken to look out for any hidden danger, and a quartermaster was in the chains with the lead, sounding at intervals of 5 minutes. As soon as day broke, and the coast line could be distinctly made out, we ran to within a couple of miles of the beach, then hauled our wind and proceeded to sail along the coast, retracing our tracks of the preceding day, but keeping somewhat more inshore. The captain, Mr. Jule, Mr. Nealance, and I, with our glasses carefully scanned the coast as we leisurely glided along. Those of the watch on deck not employed cleaning ship were also peering with eager gaze at the land, as were likewise some of the watch below, Captain Gullivar having offered a reward of $100 to the first man who caught sight of anything like a harbour entrance, or fishing boat, or any kind of human habitation that could be reached by one of our boats. With so many eager eyes intent on the search, we could scarcely miss the object we were in search of. Close upon noon, and when we were nearing our given position of the harbour of Taku, Captain Gullivar gave the order in sharp tones to haul the staysail sheet to windward and to lay the topsail aback. The order was no sooner given than it was immediately executed, and the Eamont thus brought to a dead stop. Turning to his officers, he said, "I think I have got a sight of the entrance now. Do you see those 2 hummocks almost right abeam? Just get your glasses on them, and see if you cannot make out something like an indent in the coast line, with the appearance of water stretching inwards." We all turned our glasses towards the place he indicated, and sure enough, after a good and careful look, we could make out a something similar to the entrance of a narrow creek. While we were still intently searching for some landmark or other, smoke was seen to rise from behind the northern hummock, showing that we had arrived at a place where there was human life. It being then 5 minutes to noon, careful observation and good cross bearings of the hummocks, with a point of land that jutted out to the northward, were taken. The observations and bearings having been carefully recorded in the log, the topsail was again filled and the staysail let draw. The helm was put up and the Eamont was allowed to proceed by the lead till within a cable's length of the white surf. The entrance between the hummocks at this closer view was now clearly discernible even with the naked eye. The indent was not deep in the coast line. It looked as if we would have to haul sharply to either side when we rounded inside the hummocks. We were close to the surf, but no line of dark blue water could we discern anywhere through the surf that would serve as a channel for us to reach the indent between the hummocks, where we now firmly believed this port of Taku was situated. Our wind was again hauled, and close along the surf line we glided at a leisurely pace, till we got as far as the point jutting out to the northward, but no passage through the surf cheered our eager gaze. The Eamont was put about and sailed along in the reverse direction, keeping as close to the surf as was prudent. About 4 in the afternoon we were abreast of our hummocks and indent. Observations were taken for longitude, the latitude having been correctly determined at noon, when we were in almost the same position. Cross bearings were again taken and all carefully entered. We continued to glide slowly along the surf, eagerly watching for the slightest change in the color of the interminable white and breaking sea that would indicate deeper water and a passage through the foam to the haven beyond. Very much disappointed in our non-success in finding a channel through the surf, although satisfied that we had found the entrance to the harbor, we were reluctantly compelled, as the sun disappeared in his western bed, to haul the Eamont to the wind and off shore and lay her to, as on the previous night. Neither Captain Gullivar nor we officers had eaten much during the day, only occasional snacks brought on deck to us by the stewards or boys, as they were usually termed, although well up in years, many of them. Each officer had his own boy, who waited on him at table, kept his cabin in order, and did some small tailoring in his spare time. The captain had a butler and 2 boys allowed him, who attended to all his needs. After the Eamont had clawed off the land a few miles, we all sat down to a well-spread table and did ample justice to the viands before us. Of course, our main discussion at dinner that evening was how to get across the surf line with the Eamont. She was drawing 15 feet aft, and by the appearance of the surf there did not seem to be over 6 feet on any portion of it we had sailed along. Every conceivable suggestion was brought forward, Nealance and I even offering to go in with one of our boats, much resembling a whale boat, and sound across the smoothest part we could find. At our suggestion of the boat, the captain said, "It may come to that yet before we give in, but as we are not in a violent hurry, we will spend a day or 2 creeping along the shore, and possibly we may yet spot a fisherman or maybe a junk coming out or going into this hidden harbor. I am almost sure in my mind," said the captain, "that before Rooney got here with his hulk, some other vessel or junk had been here before him. Of course he might have found it out himself, but if that hulk is in there, which I am informed he has made into a receiving ship, take my word for it, she is not the first vessel that has been there. There is one side of the question, however, to be looked at," he added. "Rooney may have come here in the northeast monsoon, when the water would be quite smooth, I have no doubt, and if lightened to 10 or 11 feet, there is many a place, no doubt, where he could pass over the reef." "A month is a long time to wait," said Mr. Jule, "for the change of the monsoon." "It is rather a long wait," said the captain, "but I doubt if we should have to wait that long, that is, to find a channel into Taku. I take it that schooner of his that runs his opium from Hong Kong may be here any day. We are a good deal stronger than he, and he would not be able to beat us off from watching where he entered. His schooner draws very little water. She is American built, flat, and nearly round, and carries a centre board when beating to windward. We are drawing nearly 6 feet more than she does, therefore might not be able to follow her with the Eamont, but that whale boat of ours could follow behind and sound in the particular place where he stands through for the entrance," said Captain Gullivar. "If that has to be our plan, and nothing turns up in the meantime," added the captain, "we shall possibly have to wait the month before we can take the Eamont in. But before that we will have to get ashore, for if there is not water enough for the Eamont, we shall have to get some of those trees we saw so plentiful on the coast to-day, to make a couple of rafts to carry some of our kentlage on, for we must get in now at all hazards. We can't go back and say we found the place, but could find no way in when Rooney is in there and his big hulk of a receiving ship." We all cordially agreed with the captain's determination, which gratified him much, and a bottle of champagne of his best brand was produced to drink to our better success. As on the previous night, we divided the night into 3 watches, only changing their order from that of the previous night to give each a fair chance. The captain gave his night orders to Mr. Jule, and stated that it was his intention to simply follow the track we had sailed over to-day on the morrow and succeeding days, till we had either seen some vessel or fisherman come out or go into our indent in the coast. Wishing each other good evening, the officer of the watch took charge of the deck, the rest of us going below, and being soon away in the land of dreams. Chapter 14. Still Seeking. The succeeding morning at 4 o'clock the Eamont was again wore around, and headed in a direction that would draw her towards the land by daybreak. As the day broke, and every object around us became clearly visible, Captain Gulliver and we officers took our stations on the quarter deck with our glasses to carefully scan the shore and the, to us, unknown sea over which we leisurely sailed. As on the preceding day, the Eamont was run to almost a cable length of the white breaking surf, whose dull monotonous roar sounded continually in our ears, although dead to leeward of us. Nothing of special import happened during our forenoon cruise. At noon we were nearly in the same position as at noon on the previous day. Observations were taken, as also cross bearings, of the hummocks and northern promontory, and recorded in the log. The observations and bearings completed, Captain Gulliver turned to Mr. Jule and said, "Load the midship gun with blank cartridge, and let them hear us, and see if that will bring any one out." The gun was soon loaded and fired, the echoes resounding amongst the hills, that were not more than 2 miles away. 3 times was the gun loaded and discharged, while the Eamont lay hove to with her head off shore. After waiting an hour, and seeing no sign of anything answering to our noisy call, the yards were filled, the staysail sheet drawn, and we stood away along the surf line towards the northern point of land, which formed this part of the coast into a bay. As soon as we got to within a mile or 2 of the Cape, the Eamont was put about, a little more sail was set, and getting abreast of the hummocks at 4 p.m., observations were taken to determine the longitude, as also cross bearings of the position we were then in. Captain Gulliver had utilized some of his sleeping hours in constructing a rough chart of the coast line, on which he had carefully put down our position off the hummocks at each time of observation. We sailed as far south as on the previous afternoon, shortened sail, and at sunset the Eamont was again hove to, with her head off shore. A good dinner was ready for us, as none of us had left the deck during the day. We of the afterguard, as well as many of the crew, feeling deeply anxious to get into this hidden port. Ample justice was done to the dinner, for our non-success had in no wise destroyed our appetites. We were determined to get in before we gave it up, if it was only in the whale boat. "We are not pushed for time," Captain Gulliver said at dinner, "and as everything comes to him who waits, we can only try and try again." As usual, we drank to our better success on the morrow, although none of us then deemed our success was very near. Rather otherwise, for I don't imagine a week's waiting, with success at the end, would have impaired our equanimity. Good nights were cordially said. I, as officer of the watch, got my instruction from Mr. Jule, who of course had received his night orders from the captain previously. The rest going below to court a few hours' repose, I was left in charge of the Eamont, which was silently cutting her way through the water about 2 knots an hour, with her topsail and staysail flat aback. My time was fully occupied in thinking over our position, and how we were to get through that broken water, and carry the Eamont into Taku. Tempus fugit is no unmeaning term, when the time and faculties of thought are fully occupied. Midnight was upon me before I half considered the position, and the welcome sound of 8 bells came upon me with surprise. Mr. Nealance soon relieved me, and after discussing with him the one vital subject which occupied all our thoughts at present, for a quarter of an hour, I retired below to my cabin, turned in, and was soon far, far away from my present surroundings in wonderful dreamland. End of section 4. Section 5 of A Cruise in an Opium Clipper by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5, Chapters 15 through 17. Chapter 15. A Passage is Discovered. Again at 4 a.m. on this third morning of our quest after the eagerly looked-for entrance to Taku, was the Eamont wore round, and headed so as to reach close to the surf by daybreak. As every object within range of our vision became clearly visible in the full daylight, we once more took our station on the quarter-deck with our glasses, in the near vicinity of the captain. As on preceding days, we sailed leisurely along the reef at about a cable's length off it, 2 quartermasters in the chains giving the depths of water at intervals of 5 minutes. A fresh breeze from southwest prevailed during the day, while we had been cruising up and down this seemingly impenetrable coast, while, as the sun sank beneath the western horizon, it invariably decreased gradually till midnight, and then as gradually increased in force till the sun rose and continued to freshen till noon. And it was generally 3 or 4 in the afternoon before it was felt to decrease from its maximum force at noon. Coasting along the edge of the surf, and intently watching for any peculiarities on the coast, we arrived off the 2 hummocks which marked the indent in the coast line that we believed to be the entrance into Taku. Observations and cross-bearings were again taken and recorded in the log, while the captain marked the position on the chart he had constructed. Instead of proceeding northward as on previous days towards the headland that formed the northwest extremity of this not very deep bay, the Eamont was allowed to lie hove to, while taking observations. After we had finished the making and recording of our observations, the captain said, "I think we won't go any further north to-day. We will let her lie here as she is, right off these hummocks, for I feel very certain that is the entrance to our new market. It is just possible we have passed along too quickly yesterday and the day before," he added, "and given the natives the impression that we were only on a pleasure cruise, so we will lie to here till 4 o'clock, and keep a good watch for anything stirring around us." The captain's determination to lie off the hummocks and keep a good lookout proved most fortunate, for at 2 p.m. a raft with 2 men on it was sighted about 2 miles to the northward of us, and nearly right ahead as we were heading there. They had evidently come through the surf to the northward of us, as nothing south of us could have escaped our watchful attention. As soon as Captain Gulliver made out the 2 men on it, he turned to the quartermaster and said, "Edge her off a couple of points, and bring that raft on our weather bow and keep it there. Mr. Jule, make a little more sail after you fill upon her, and let us get between them and the reef," said the captain. Turning to Nealance and me, he continued, "Get your revolvers and swords and a few rounds of ammunition. Get the whaleboat ready at once, take 6 armed men with you, and bring those 2 men on board from that raft. Never mind their raft, I will pay them for that, if they prove of any service to us." "Aye, aye, sir," we both repeated. Nealance gave his orders to the boatswain about manning the boat, and, like me, was down below in a trice, both of us returning as quickly with our fighting harness on. The men were almost as soon ready as ourselves, and in less time than it takes to chronicle it, the boat was in the water and dashing along towards the raft at a rate that would have done justice to an Oxford or Cambridge crew. Following the example of the Eamont, Mr. Nealance steered our boat to cut them off from getting to the surf again, which, from the way they were using their paddles, it was evidently their intention to do. These rafts, which are often named catamarans, are formed of the thick bamboo cane. They are made double, possibly a dozen or more on the top, the same underneath, with strong wooden battens placed athwartships between them, and all securely lashed together with bamboo-made rope. On these rafts they are known to go through the surf and any broken water, where even our finest whale boats dare not venture. Deeply immersed in the seething foam as they pass through it, their garments are never wet, for a single leaf from a bamboo tree is all the raiment they put on, when on a fishing expedition at any rate. Going at a pace 12 feet to their 1, we soon came up with them, and between them and the reef. By the time we had got so far that their retreat was cut off, they ceased paddling. Big, strapping specimens of mankind they were, wild-looking, fierce and untamed, as I have generally found the cannibal races to be, and not unlike the Dyaks in the hills of Borneo. Pulling alongside the raft and catching a turn of it with a small line, Nealance ordered them into our boat. Muttering something that was not intelligible to us, they seemed by their motions to decline the invitation. Drawing our swords, Nealance and I, with 2 seamen, jumped on the raft, which barely floated the 6 of us. At sight of the bare steel and our determination to have them, they submitted with an ill grace to be placed in the boat. The raft was cut adrift, the oars shipped, and in 5 minutes we were all on board the Eamont, which had hauled out close to us and laid to. By the time Nealance and I had finished attending to the securing of the boat, and returned to the quarter-deck, Captain Gulliver had the 2 natives aft, and with the help of our Chinese schroffs, was endeavoring to extract some information from them. The result of all the information the captain was able to get out of them was not much. The Chinese schroffs seemed at a loss to make out their Formosian patois. However, 2 important crumbs of knowledge were got out of them. The 2 hummocks did form the entrance to Taku. Inside the hummocks there was a large river. They pointed out a place in the surf through which we must pass to reach the hummocks, and on the quarter-deck a piece of chalk was put into the hands of the eldest and seemingly most intelligent, who, questioned by the schroffs as to the depth of water on the reef over which we had to pass, drew a line on the deck, which, when measured, proved 18 feet in length. The captain ordered the schroffs to attend to the 2 natives and give them something to eat, and also to inform them if we got in all right they would be well paid for their raft. The natives disposed of, the Eamont was filled upon and headed off shore, whereupon the captain invited us officers below to have a consultation over our next proceedings, which will necessitate a chapter to themselves. Chapter 16. Bumping over the reef. As soon as we were, at the captain's invitation, seated round the table in the after cabin, a bottle of champagne of rare vintage was produced, to assist in our deliberations. The wine having gone the round of the table, the captain proceeded to state his intentions for our consideration, saying: "We have now arrived off the port I was ordered to, and my instructions were to get there at all hazards. Our owners knew but little of the place, but they did know that opium was brought here to supply a receiving ship inside, and that a very high price was obtained here for it. They were also very eager to get to windward of these other merchants, who had kept the knowledge of the place so darkly secret. Taking all these notions of the owners into consideration, I think we will run the risk of driving through that surf line, which does not seem broad, and from the color of the water, I have no doubt there is plenty of water inside. The Eamont is as strong as any man of war afloat, and a few bumps on the reef won't hurt her. 18 feet was the depth these natives chalked out on the deck, and I suppose they guessed it from the length of the poles they use in shoving themselves over it. We are drawing 14, so that gives 4 feet to spare. The sea out here is not much over 4 feet, or if we measure from the hollow of the wave 8 feet, then our buoyancy would stop at the 4 feet. Nothing daunted at the daring intention of the captain, we assured him that we readily agreed with him in facing a passage across the reef, and that our best services were entirely at his command. "That point is settled, then," said the captain. "Now for how we are to do it. Nealance and Anderson, you will take 10 men each, go down into the hold and shift those 90 chests of opium right forward. That will give us another foot less water aft, and as she is only 11 feet forward, another foot there won't hurt her. It is scarcely 3 o'clock. You can pipe to grog first, and I expect in half or 3/4 of an hour you will report to me that you have finished, as I want all hands on deck when passing the reef, and all hatches and companionways securely closed. Another glass of wine before you go," he added, while I explained to Mr. Jule his part of the programme. "You will take the rest of the hands, Mr. Jule, and set every stitch of canvas, and have the large squaresail ready for setting as soon as we bear away for the reef. The wind is still at its freshest, and the less time we spend on the reef, the drier we will be when we get over." With the enthusiasm of the moment, we shook hands all round, drank to our success, and proceeded to carry out the orders confided to us. The men were piped to grog, and as the work of the vessel had been eased up a good deal for the crew the last day or two, while we had been so anxiously intent on finding a channel to this place, able and willing hands jumped to their work with hearty good will. Good seamen are very restless in idleness, and often get fidgety for something to do, to quell the restless spirit within them. We had a good, strong, and able crew, who proved no exception to the general rule as to a cure for restlessness. In a little over half an hour, Nealance and I had completed our task, and by the 3/4 of an hour the hatches and companionways were secured. The Eamont was now under every stitch of canvas except the balloon squaresail, and heading off shore at a spanking rate. As soon as Nealance reported to the captain that everything was secured, he called all hands aft, told them we were about to run the surf, and that when in the broken water, should nothing happen to call them to stations, each one must look out for himself and hang on well should she ship any water. "Nealance and Anderson," he cried, "go to the wheel with 2 quartermasters, pass a couple of lines across from rail to rail for life lines to hang on by, and remain there till we are over. If one gets washed away, another will thus be ready to seize the wheel, which is the most important object of all." The Eamont, having fore-reached a little to the northward while standing off shore, was then put about so as to run in with a good impetus on the starboard tack, the wind well on the quarter. As soon as she was round and the yards trimmed, the balloon squaresail was set and the main boom sheet eased off as far as necessary. Away flew the Eamont before the breezes, like a greyhound just slipped from his leash. The captain took his station with the 2 natives and a Chinese schroff on the weather side of the quarter-deck, and from there conned the Eamont to what might be her doom or the success of his daring enterprise. Flying through the water as if she were a thing of life being hunted to death, the Eamont soon came to the edge of the surf, which was falling wave over wave with the noise of a cataract. One length of herself within this mass of seething, hissing foam, and bump she came, striking heavily on the ground, and making her spars tremble and shake like willow wands, while she herself paused in her mad career. Another mass of seething water came along, filling the decks fore and aft, but lifting her up to hurl her further on her way. While running on this second roller, she attempted to broach to, and lay her broadside open to the sea, but luckily for us her momentary stoppage, and the force of water thrown into the mainsail when the second roller came along, carried away the main sheet,
The boom swung right off, losing its power, the halyards and jibs made her pay off, and thus saved us from what might have been a capsize right in the middle of the reef. Hands jumped aft at the captain's call, with spare tackle to secure the boom. But before they had found their way aft amidst the blinding spray, the Eamont had struck again, and paused again as if to shake herself and make ready for another bound. A second of breathless suspense, another roller is upon us, hitting her with sledge-hammer force as she lay fast on the reef, knocking in part of the taffrail, and nearly doubling me and Nealance in two over the wheel; while the quartermasters, from whom we had taken charge of the wheel when we came to the edge of the reef, were washed along and hanging on to the midship gun. Rising on the crest of this third roller, the Eamont again rushed on like a mad deer before the hounds. When on the highest point of breaking roller, she shook herself free of the water on her deck, and as she subsided in the hollow left behind this crested wave, a lusty cheer is shouted out from all hands, for this time no bump is felt on Mother Earth to stop us on our onward way. We are through the surf, the water is a dark blue, and comparatively smooth. "Take in the mainsail and gaff topsail," shouted the captain as soon as we had all taken breath. "Anderson," said the captain, "you stop at the wheel. Nealance, attend to the mainsail and gaff topsail. Mr. Jule, in with the squaresail, flying jib, and topgallant sail. Quartermaster, to your lead." Scarcely 10 minutes had elapsed in crossing the surf, but that 10 minutes was a month of intense excitement and interest. As I have already stated, before the hands got aft with the tackle to secure the main boom, we were over the reef and in floating water, and the captain was rapidly giving them orders for shortening sail. "Keep her right between the two hummocks, Anderson," were the captain's orders to me. The hummocks were only about 1.5 miles from the reef, so that by the time the sail was off her and the main boom secured, we were entering between the two hummocks and passing an ugly rock that stood about 8 feet out of the water and nearly in mid-channel. The wind having lightened considerably as we neared the entrance, and very little sail remaining set, we glided gently up to the narrows between the two hummocks, hauled sharply round to the northward, and entered a beautiful and spacious land-locked harbour like a lake. The water shoaling rapidly when we hauled up, she was quickly stripped of her remaining canvas, the anchor was let go, and the Eamont safely brought to rest. The carpenter reported no water in the vessel, not even an inch more than usual after her 3 tremendous bumps on the rocky reef. The Eamont was moored with 2 anchors, the boarding nettings triced up, 4 armed sentries put on watch, as also 1 officer. The men were sent to supper, and afterwards regaled with a good allowance of grog in honour of our success. We dined usually with the commander in a sumptuous manner, but this night an extra sumptuousness was displayed in honour of arriving at the goal we were sent in quest of. The boatswain kept watch while we dined, so that we could all join in a hilarious evening. The natives were not forgotten, but were faring well with the schroffs, who were highly elated at being in smooth water again, not being very good sailors. After dinner, which to-night was somewhat prolonged, the officer of the watch relieved the boatswain, while the rest of us turned in to dream of surf-breaking reefs and other dangers found on unknown shores. Chapter 17. A snug harbor, but a jealous neighbor. At daybreak the next morning, the shrill whistle of the boatswain echoed over the still waters of the lagoon, calling all hands to unmoor ship. Captain Gulliver, Mr. Jule, Nealance, and I had been on deck some little time, having a look round with our glasses as the day broke, at the vessels we found inside the harbour, as well as having a good look at Rooney's receiving ship. Besides the receiving ship, which we already knew to be there, there were a brig belonging to Sydney, a schooner hailing from Amsterdam, and several Chinese junks. All were of a lighter draught than the Eamont by 6 or 7 feet, supposing them to have come in ballast, which we afterwards discovered to be the case, they having come to pick up a cargo of coarse sugar, which they heard in Hong Kong from some Chinaman was to be got here at a very low figure. They had been here some time, and intended waiting for the close of the southwest monsoon before taking their departure. As soon as we had closely examined all around us, the captain, who was not satisfied with the position we were moored in, said, "Mr. Jule, we will heave the port anchor up, leave the starboard anchor on the ground where it is, and warp her in shore a little astern of the receiving ship. We will then run a stream chain on shore from the port bow, and another chain from the port quarter to that rock in shore and astern of us. Mr. Nealance," he said, turning to the second officer, "you will take the starboard watch, and get 60 fathoms of the port cable ranged along the starboard quarter deck, ready to shackle on to the spare bower anchor, which we will drop on the bottom when all ready and before we warp her in. Mr. Anderson," he said, now addressing me, "take the boatswain's mate, half the port watch, a couple of quartermasters with the petty officers, and get out the launch. When the launch is out, lower down one of the cutters, lay a couple of strong planks across the boats, bring them under the chains beneath the spare bower anchor, and Mr. Jule with his hands will attend to lowering it away for you. Keep the ring well up to the planks so that the carpenter can shackle the chain on properly, then pull out on the starboard quarter about 15 or 20 fathoms and let go. The wind on the starboard side is pressing her too near the shore to give us scope enough if we let go from on board." Having thus received our instructions, each officer and his men were soon at work to carry out the captain's orders in the promptest manner. In a little over an hour the port anchor was up and the spare bower anchor was let go about 15 fathoms off the starboard quarter, as she was then lying at single anchor. The launch was hoisted in, and the cutter, of which I had charge, was ordered round to the port bow to run the hawser on shore. The hawser was soon in the boat, and 4 strong arms at the oars quickly landed us on the beach, just inside the port quarter of the receiving ship. 2 men sprang on shore with the end of the hawser, and were about to make it fast to a large wooden stake that was driven into the ground, and seemingly a mooring post. While pulling on shore, I had observed several of the officers of the receiving ship on her quarter deck, apparently taking a keen survey of our proceedings. I gave a look up at them as we pulled across her stern, with the intention of wishing them a good morning greeting, but the looks that met mine were so repellent and hateful that I turned my attention to my boat and made no sign of amiability. That they were very much put out that we had discovered their market and come to share it was very evident. As the men were about to make fast to the post, a voice with a down east Yankee twang yelled out, "Stop that, you cursed Britishers, or I will put a ball through you, and that mighty slick, too." I looked up to where the voice proceeded from, and staring the party who had so angrily spoken to them full in the face, I retorted, "If you are going to shoot, shoot this way. These men are only obeying my orders. Perhaps if I had a shooter here you would not be so ready with your shooting. It's a grand game shooting unarmed men." This man of the Yankee voice, whom I took to be captain of the receiving ship, as he seemed to take front rank, stared at me with angry amazement as I replied to his threat from the boat. He held up his revolver and lined me. Livid with rage, he yelled, "I have a good mind to let daylight through you, you cursed Britisher, for your infernal cheek." "Better not," I said, "or you will get your old hulk tumbled about your ears. We don't sail without shooting irons, and some of them are not for fooling or child's play." He gazed at me in speechless amazement, then turned round to his officers
and had a palaver with them, seemingly, to judge by his gesticulations, greatly excited. As I had something else to do than watch him, I jumped on shore with 2 more hands, got a hold of the end of the rope, ran it up to a large tree not far off, and made it fast. I returned alongside with the boat to carry out the stern hawser. The captain called me on deck and questioned me about what had passed between the captain of the receiving ship and me. I told him he talked of shooting if we made fast to the post he had probably driven into the ground, and seemed altogether in a mighty rage. The hawser is fast round a pretty large tree now, and I don't suppose the tree is his as well, I said. "Shoot my men, will he?" said the captain. "Two can play at that game. Send the gunner here." The gunner was soon alongside of us, when the captain ordered him to get 6 rifles loaded and kept handy, with some spare ammunition, and calling his servant, had his sword and revolver brought to him. In the meantime Mr. Jule had been heaving in on the port bow rope, and gradually we were nearing the receiving ship. Just as the captain had finished hearing my statement, and had got his sword and revolver, the maddened voice of the captain of the receiving ship was heard, swearing in the unclassical language of the whitewashed Yankee, and threatening all sorts of damage to us if we came any nearer to his berth and his ship, as well as vowing that he would cut our bow rope. As soon as he threatened to cut the bow rope, Captain Gulliver jumped on to the forecastle head, alongside the pivot gun, and with rifle in hand, called out to this receiving ship captain in his most suave manner, "The man who attempts to cut that rope will receive the contents of this rifle, and then we will rake you fore and aft, if it is to be war between us." "Mr. Nealance," our captain said in a voice intended for the other to hear, "arm 20 of your watch with their rifles and revolvers, and cover that ship's quarter deck while we moor forward." Nealance and his men were soon stationed at their post, well supplied with ammunition, while I and my boat's crew pulled under the bow to receive the stream chain and big kedge, which, with the help of a couple of shovels, we buried deep in the ground as soon as we had got it pulled on shore with the help of the bow hawsers. While we were busy getting the chain and anchor on shore and secured, Nealance and his riflemen, with an eye on our captain for orders, carefully covered the quarter deck of the receiving ship. Myself and boat's crew had our revolvers with us this time, in order to have a little fair play if it should come to a fight. On this occasion we were not spoken to. I doubt, indeed, if we were even looked at. Busy with the chain and anchor, although I now and again looked towards the receiving ship to see that he did not attempt to fulfill his threat, I trusted most to our captain and Nealance and his men for our protection, and gave my mind and will to successfully burying the anchor so that it would have a good hold in the ground. When I came back on board, this time to run out the stern hawser, I was agreeably surprised to see Nealance and his men stacking their arms behind the mainmast, and preparing to give me the hawser into the boat. Nealance told me as he leant over the side for a minute that 5 or 6 minutes after they had taken their position forward with their loaded rifles, Captain Rooney with his officers gradually disappeared from their quarter deck and had gone below, deeming it prudent to leave us alone when they discovered that Bluff would not keep us off. We soon had the hawser on shore, and heaving the ship close in to the rock, made the stream chain fast, and then hove her off to her position by heaving in on the starboard anchors forward and aft. The Eamont being now securely moored in the position desired by our commander, the Chinese schroffs were landed, and proceeded to the first village they could find to tell of our arrival and the cargo we had brought. The schroffs were somewhat of the Quaker breed, and went without arms, seemingly having some mystic influence with the natives that made them always welcome. The decks cleared again of all the paraphernalia required in mooring ship, the boarding nettings triced up, and the sentries armed, all hands were piped to breakfast, to which, I believe, every one did ample justice, aft as well as forward, having had both a little excitement, and a little extra work to give us a good appetite. Section 6 of A Cruise in an Opium Clipper by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 6, Chapters 18 through 21. Chapter 18. We Do a Good Trade. After breakfast all hands were piped to quarters, a short drill was gone through, and each division was told off, with strict orders to get all their fighting gear in the best of order to meet any emergency that might arise. In the afternoon our schroffs made their appearance, accompanied by several high-class looking natives, to judge by their style of dress, which seemed somewhat in the Chinese mandarin style. A boat was lowered, and the schroffs with their friends were brought on board. After a good deal of salaaming between the strangers and our commander, the business on which they had come was soon started. A few chests of opium were got up from the hold, and brought aft on the quarter-deck. The chests were opened for their inspection, some chests showing the rich dark cakes of Patna, while others showed the rich and shapely balls of Benares, highly prized by the epicure in opium. Our cargo had been purposely chosen by connoisseurs in Hong Kong, and consisted of the finest and most alluring opium that the fields of Patna and Benares could produce. How the eyes of these merchants glistened as they looked on the tempting cakes and balls, and if they were smokers as well as dealers, their mouths must have watered for a whiff of their favourite drug in such alluring form. Apparently satisfied with the contents of the cases opened for their inspection, the question then arose of the amount of silver to be brought in exchange for this, to them, tempting commodity. After a goodly amount of talking and haggling between them and the schroffs, the chief schroff informed the captain of the amount of silver they offered in exchange for each chest, that was similar in quality to that which they had seen. The captain was apparently well satisfied with the amount the schroff stated, for his face lightened up with an extra cheerful glow. The natives were now taken below to the after cabin, the schroffs accompanying them. A collation, half English, half Chinese, had been prepared for all, whether purchasers or not, in order to make friends with them, that they might, when telling of our hospitality to other natives on shore, entice them to visit us likewise. Ample justice was done to the repast, and the washing of it down with sparkling champagne was not the least enjoyable part of the feast. Well pleased with our hospitable treatment, they returned on shore, accompanied by our schroffs, who were to proceed to the city with them, staying all night on shore, returning with them, and perhaps some others, next day, when they brought their silver with them to exchange for our opium. After the departure of the visitors and the schroffs, we were honoured with a visit from the captains of the Sydney brig and the Amsterdam schooner. The captain of the brig was a man of middle age, who had had much experience in trading amongst the Polynesian islands, and, as he said, when questioned about finding his way here, navigating without a chart was no new thing to him. In the South Pacific Ocean, east of Australia, and up towards the equator, the whole ocean is studded with innumerable islands, and he informed us he had traded amongst those islands for years. Coming to China was a longish trip for him and the brig, but sugar was very dear in the colonies, and if he could pick up a cargo amongst the natives he expected to realize a large profit when he got back to Sydney. His brig cost little to sail, as he had a crew of New Caledonians who expected little more than their food as payment, so there was only the mate and himself to pay, and they were both interested in the venture. Fine strapping fellows were the New Caledonians, to judge by the specimens who were alongside in his boat. They were splendid divers, and able to remain a long time under water. At the request of Captain Gulliver, they dived under the Eamont and examined her bottom, to find out if she was in any way seriously damaged. Their report, given in a mixture of English and their own guttural tongue, and translated into better English by their captain, was to the effect that there
were some sheets of copper, ragged and torn, and the keel was torn on the edges, but nothing very important. After the diving operations had been concluded, a good stiff glass of Jamaica, as well as a bright and shiny Mexican dollar, was given to each of them, the gift causing great delight. The captain of the Amsterdam schooner was a man well up in years and not looking over strong. He was recovering slowly from an attack of fever and ague. We elicited from him that he had come here by the orders of his agent in Hong Kong, who pretended to know much about the place, as also to be convinced that a good trade could be done here with the natives. He had brought a quantity of gin and other spirits, together with some notions, as well as a goodly number of bales of shirting and other linen. He was doing a fair trade, and hoped to be loaded again by the change of the monsoon. He told us he laid 2 weeks outside, looking for an entrance, and was near giving it up, when the brig hove in sight, and he followed her into the harbour. Both captains were invited to stay to dinner, an invitation which was cordially accepted. After dinner our captain produced some of his rare champagne, which, circulating freely, unloosed the tongues of our visitors, more especially that of the colonial captain, who related many of his daring escapades amongst the natives of the South Sea Islands, when out blackbirding for the labour market of Australia. The Dutch captain related his experiences amongst the Malays in and around the Java Sea, their piratical habits, and his many encounters with them. A pleasant and harmonious evening was spent. Many tales of daring adventure in the eastern seas were told by our two visitors, while Captain Gulliver related some of his hazardous experiences of the opium trade in the Chinese seas. Our visitors left for their respective vessels at midnight. The officer of the watch relieved the boatswain, who had been in charge of the deck since dinner, and the rest of us retired to our cabins and turned in. Chapter 19. Traffic on board. About 10 o'clock on the forenoon of the following day, our Chinese schroffs returned, accompanied by a goodly throng of Formosian merchants. The swell Formosian came in his gaily decorated sampan, while a sampan lighter followed, laden with silver wherewith to purchase our opium. The older merchants came in their sampan lighters along with their specie. No doubt they were old enough to have lost their faith in their kind, when money, the god of every nation, civilized and uncivilized, was the question of the hour. Chests of opium were got out of the hold and ranged along each side of the quarter-deck. Cases and baskets of silver and gold, of every conceivable description, were hoisted out of the lighters and landed on to the deck. The merchants being in squads of 3 and 4, a careful watch was kept by them over the precious metals. Some of the silver was in sickey bars, somewhat in the form of pig iron, only smoother, and but 8 or 9 inches in length. A large quantity of it was in Mexican dollars, which was the principal trading dollar in eastern lands. Not a little of the silver was made up of all manner of things, such as broken spoons, come from civilized lands; pieces of fretwork, most probably from some of their temples, or taken in tribal warfare; broken jugs and tankards, which once may have decorated the table of an Indiaman or man of war that had come to grief on their inhospitable shore. It was a busy day for our schroffs, for the Formosian resembles the Chinese very much, especially in his endeavour to make a good bargain, as well as to palm off spurious coin and spurious silver whenever possible. Our schroffs had therefore to be careful and test every piece of silver and every dollar, more especially those dollars having no chop mark. The chop mark is the stamped brand of some noted firm of high repute, which places a hall mark on the dollar. These chops are, however, so often fraudulently used, that each dollar may be said to have passed through the testing hands of our schroffs. All schroffs employed in testing money have the nail of the little finger on the left hand, grown to the length of 6 or 8 inches, kept carefully clean and scrupulously in order. On this long nail, dollar after dollar is rung and tested, then passed into the hollow of the hand up to the wrist, all in single file rotation to the number of $50. The hand is then emptied to begin the same process again, every dollar having to give out the real chink on this long finger nail, or else be rejected. A fair trade was done to day. 30 chests of opium were sold at an average of $1,500 each. As soon as the sales were completed, specie boxes were got up out of the treasure room and filled with the precious metals. The carpenter and his mates, under our supervision, nailed up the cases, which, after being sealed by the captain, were again replaced in the treasure room. Various bottles of champagne had been emptied during the trade, and when the day's work was over a sumptuous repast was placed on one of the skylights, doing duty for a table, it being hot and sultry in the cabins. Ample justice was done to our viands by the traders, who, in their endeavours to use the knives, forks, and spoons at hand, created a great deal of good-humoured bantering chaff amongst themselves, and caused us no little amusement. Their inner man thus well fortified, the traders went off with their purchases, our schroffs accompanying them to find more traders for our opium. The captains of the brig and schooner did not hesitate to call again, and were always welcome. The people on the receiving ship had made no advances towards cordiality, nor had they interfered any further with us since the day after our arrival. A great calamity was hovering over us, of storm and tempest, murder and bloodshed, and it was to be in the midst of this elemental and human warfare that the hands of those in the receiving ship and ours were to meet in the firm clasp of a common brotherhood for mutual defence and protection in a time of greatest need. Chapter 20. Surveying the entrance to the harbour. The Chinese schroffs, having gone to some towns and villages farther in the interior of the island to advertise themselves and our wares, were not expected back for a day or two. Several traders put in an appearance the day following the departure of the schroffs, but we had to explain to them by all manner of cabalistic signs that we could not trade without the schroffs, therefore they would have to come back when the schroffs returned. As no trade could be done in their absence, the captain intended utilizing the time in making a survey of the entrance of the harbour. Accordingly, as soon as the decks were swabbed down, the big guns cleaned and polished, and the breakfast over fore and aft, 2 boats were lowered and manned with our ablest hands. A good luncheon for all was put into the boats, and the carpenters soon had a temporary table constructed in the after end of the captain's boat. Not for the luncheon was this table, but for a place on which to spread the blank chart, which we were soon to fill in with soundings, angles, courses, and beacons. Several pieces of small chain were put in the boat, with which to moor any beacons we might place in the channel. The carpenter and his mate, with sharp axes, also joined the boat's crew. The quartermasters with their hand leads were a necessary adjunct to our proceedings, therefore 2 quartermasters were taken in each boat. Compasses, sextants, and all the usual instruments for marine surveying were put in the captain's boat. I took charge of the captain's boat, while Nealance enjoyed as senior the undivided command of the other boat. As soon as Captain Gulliver got into the boat, we shoved off and pulled away for the entrance, leaving Mr. Jule still with a large crew to meet any emergency that might arise. The wind was very light inside the harbour, and the air was hot and sultry, but as we had the boat's awning spread, as soon as we made headway, a nice cool rush of air was wafted along between the awning and the boat. As soon as we opened the entrance, a gentle undulating swell met us, intimating that the southwestern monsoon had not finished its 6 months' career yet. The breeze outside was more moderate than it had been a week ago. The surf seemed not quite so heavy or so noisy, although it still broke in a long, unbroken line, seemingly as far as the eye could reach, looking northwards or southwards.
Pulling across to the south side of the entrance, the captain gave Nealance a course to steer by that would take him about a mile to the southward of the entrance and close to the reef. He then said, "Nealance, you will pull away on that course till you strike the edge of the reef. Keep your lead going all the time, jotting the soundings in your notebook. When you get as near the reef as it is safe to go, you will stop there. Then tie your boat's ensign on to the end of your 18 feet oar, hold it up perpendicular till I get an altitude of it, when I shall place your position on the chart. When you see us wave our flag, you will pull to the northward along the edge of the reef, sounding all the way, and when you get the 2 hummocks open, take a few cross bearings. I may as well tell you," he added, "that as soon as I have marked your position, we in this boat will pull to a position as far to the northward of the north side of the channel, when, after taking an altitude of the hummock and its bearings, we shall pull to the southward to meet you. When you are lying on your oars down there, just take an altitude of the south hummock and note it down," and with a laugh he added, "We will see whether my oar flag altitude or your hummock is most correct. Away you go now. I think you understand me well enough and know what to do without any more instruction. Don't pull too fast to tire your men, and at any rate you will get better soundings. We will have a rest and lunch when we meet." Nealance pulled away. The captain got his paper, which was not yet a chart, spread out, and traced the course Nealance was making upon it. With our compass we kept a watch on Nealance's course to find out whether there was any current, and whether it set northwards or southwards. There was little or no drift. The boat was steered on a bee line that corresponded exactly with the course given. The oar and flag were soon elevated. The altitudes were taken, and the distance, having been corrected by the aid of the altitude distance tables, were marked on the chart paper by the captain. Our flag was waved as a signal to Nealance. We then hauled up our boat's anchor, pulled over to the north shore, and pulled away for our northern position, the lead going all the time. While I watched the course by the compass, the captain marked the soundings, judging his distance between by the number of boat lengths pulled over the ground between each cast of the lead. Arriving at our position on the edge of the reef, we dropped the anchor and let the oars hang alongside to give the men's arms a rest. Captain Gulliver took altitudes of both hummocks, the angle between them and us, the angle between the hummocks, as also cross bearings of the hummocks, and a distinctive mark on shore, nearly abreast of where we lay. The anchor was again hauled in, and we proceeded to pull along the edge of the reef to the southwards at a moderate pace, sounding all the way, the lead dropping nearly every boat's length. An hour's pulling brought the 2 boats together, a little to the northward of the entrance into the harbour. As it was nearly 1 o'clock, Mr. Nealance, at the captain's request, came into our boat, bringing his notebook with him. Both boats were anchored, and we went to lunch in real picnic style. Chapter 21. Surveying Operations Continued. As soon as the captain, Nealance, and I had satisfied the cravings of the inner man, Nealance's notebook was produced. The soundings noted in it were carefully jotted down on the growing chart. The altitude of the south hummock taken by Nealance entirely corresponded with that of the flag altitude taken by the captain. The captain then ran his eye along the line of soundings, finding the deepest soundings to be on our line. Both anchors were hauled in, Nealance jumped into his boat, and we pulled northwards again, carefully feeling our way along the bottom, till we had arrived at the deepest place on our line of soundings. Arriving there, the captain anchored his boat, in order to take another series of observations. Calling Nealance's boat alongside, he said, speaking to Nealance, "Anderson and the carpenter and his mate, with their axes, will go into your boat and just pull right ashore there, and cut down a couple of good-sized branches of one of these trees, say about 12 feet long and 6 or 8 inches thick.
Bring them off here, and we will mark this spot with one of them, while as to the other one we will find a place for it between here and the entrance to the harbour. You have all got your revolvers with you," he added, as we pulled away, "so you can frighten away anything that interferes with you, human or animal." We soon fetched the beach, and spotting a good-sized tree not far from the water, we soon had two of its largest branches off. The carpenters were not long in chopping off the smaller branches from these two, and without being interfered with or seeing anything worse than ourselves, we were soon pulling from the beach, towing our two spars behind us, and having a big stone in the boat that would have made a decent anchor for any small vessel in fine weather. Getting up to the captain's boat, we made fast a small chain to the stone, the other end fast to one of the spars near the thick end. The chain was measured so as to be 4 feet less in length than the depth of water. When all was ready and well secured, the stone with its accompanying beacon was committed to the deep. The carpenter, his mate, and I returned to our old stations in the captain's boat. The anchor was hauled in, and both boats were headed for the entrance, keeping about 20 feet apart, going at a moderate pace, and sounding all the way along. As soon as the captain judged we were in a position half-way between the entrance and the beacon we had already placed, both boats were anchored, and while Nealance and I directed the fitting of our second beacon, the captain took a series of altitudes and cross bearings to determine the place on the fast-growing chart. As soon as the captain had finished, this beacon was also committed to the deep. The anchors were again hauled in, and at the same moderate pace we steered for the entrance, carefully sounding all the way long. As soon as we got inside, the lead lines were coiled up, and with a long pull and a strong pull, we were soon alongside the Eamont, where we found everything all serene as we had left it. To me this day's excursion on duty had been a day of pleasant, agreeable intellectual enjoyment. I had received a lesson in marine surveying that stood me in good stead in after years when sailing to other lands that were unsurveyed and unexplored by the white man. The captain and Mr. Nealance had each received the highest nautical training at England's greatest naval school of those times, the Greenwich School, which in its day turned out many excellent navigators as well as thorough seamen. As for me, my navigating acquirements had been picked up bit by bit as I wandered now here and now there the wide world over. I had received a fair education that would have helped me in any profession on the dry land, but fate and the rector of a distinguished grammar school willed it to be otherwise. Having a good knowledge of plane and spherical trigonometry, and having been well grounded in Euclid, that special science of thought, I soon picked up a fair knowledge of navigation and nautical astronomy, and days spent like this kept adding largely to my stock of knowledge. As we were sitting down to dinner, the captain of the Sydney brig arrived on board, and was of course invited to join us. After dinner our new chart was brought on the table for inspection. The captain of the brig was greatly amazed at the hydrographical knowledge displayed, as also at the trouble we had taken in endeavouring to find a better way out to sea than we had in coming in. "You will have to wait till the monsoon changes before you can get out," said the captain of the brig. "That will depend on circumstances," said our captain. "If we get rid of our cargo soon, we won't lay here, and failing a breeze from the land, we will try and pull her over the reef after we have trimmed her on an even keel." "Pull her over with your boats, do you mean?" says the captain of the brig. "Oh, no," says Captain Gulliver, "we have long powerful sweeps that ship through the gun ports that will sweep her along 3 or 4 knots an hour. And if we cut down some trees we can make rafts to carry some of our kentlage over in tow." "By George, you do beat all for going ahead," says the captain of the brig. "But what if you should come to grief?" "We will try and not come to grief," said our captain, "and we will pick out the first decent day there is, after we are ready to get over. In our trade we have to stop at no risk when there is an advantage to be gained.
Our owners will be anxious to hear of our getting here and the state of the market. As there are no mail packets, we have to be our own letter carriers." "Are you going outside again to take any more soundings?" asked the captain of the brig. "Yes," replied our captain, "we will go again to morrow if the schroffs are not back. If they should return previously, we will go the next day. I intend to try and get over the reef in our whale boat at the place I have marked with the beacon, and get the depth of water across it." "Will you have any objection to my coming with you?" asked the captain of the brig. "Not the slightest, captain," replies our captain, "only too delighted to have your company; but mind you come prepared for a ducking." "Oh, that's all right," said the captain of the brig. "I can stand a good ducking and enjoy a swim. If you like, I will bring my surf boat and a picked crew of my Caledonians. If there is anything can be got through surf, they are just the boys that can do it, and they are like fish in the water." "A capital idea," said Captain Gullivar, "and I am very much obliged to you for your offer, for although my men would go through fire or water willingly, they may not have the knowledge that ensures success. I will send Mr. Anderson over in the morning to let you know if it will be to morrow or next day." Our captain was so pleased at the kind offer of the captain of the brig that another bottle of his best brand was produced before we parted for the night. Section 7 of A Cruise in an Opium Clipper by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Section 7, Chapters 22 through 24. Chapter 22. We successfully cross the reef in a boat. The next morning at 8 o'clock the captain sent me over to the brig for her captain, requesting him to come and breakfast with us, and let his boat's crew come along afterward about 10 o'clock. Our fare being somewhat better than that of the brig, the captain required no coaxing to accompany me. He also knew by the instinct of sea camaraderie that he was ever welcome, and that we had plenty to spare. Our vessels were well supplied with the best of everything eatable and drinkable, a fact which could be well attested by many naval officers, who, when we happened to be in a port with any of Her Majesty's ships, were always glad of an invite to our sumptuous table. After breakfast, the schroffs not having arrived, our boats were got ready, as on the previous day, and manned by the same crews. While we were employed getting the boats ready, a messenger arrived from the schroffs, with a note intimating that they would arrive the next day, bringing a number of very rich traders from the interior, who would buy up nearly all our opium. This was pleasing news to our captain, while it gave a fresh incentive to him and us to hasten our survey of the reef, and so be prepared to take the first advantageous opportunity of getting again out to the open sea. We were all in the highest spirits, elated greatly at our success in getting here at all, and with so little real damage, elated also at the prospective rapid sale of our cargo, as well as the high figure it fetched, which would be so pleasing to our owners in Hong Kong. No little bird whispered in any of our ears the tragic circumstances that were so soon to come upon us. The brig's boat having arrived alongside, manned by a crew of lusty New Caledonians, who, in proper whale and surf boat style, had a steer oar rigged at the after end in place of a rudder, it being so much easier, quicker, and better to keep the boat head to sea in this manner than with the usual rudder. After refreshing the Caledonians with a glass of old Jamaica, and putting into their boat a good lunch that had been especially picked out by their own captain, who knew their tastes better than we did, we pushed off from alongside and pulled away for the entrance of the harbour. Passing through the fairway, Nealance, previously instructed by our captain, pulled to the southward so as to bring the outer beacon on the edge of the reef to bear a point more to the north than the track of our line of soundings of yesterday, while we in the captain's boat pulled as far to the northward to bring the outer beacon a point more to the southward. Both boats were then steered for the beacon at a moderate pace, sounding all the way, and carefully noting down each cast of the lead, to be carefully marked on our fast-growing chart. Having arrived at the beacon with the boats, we now dropped their anchors to prepare for the most eventful portion of the day's work, as already planned out. Nealance and I were to accompany the captain of the brig in his surf boat, and take what soundings we could as we passed through the surf. Our captain tried to dissuade the captain of the brig from going in the boat, to get, as was certain, half drowned. He would not be persuaded, and clenched his purpose with the remark, "I always go with my boys where there is real danger. It cheers them on, and they like me the better for it." Nealance and I took our places in the surf boat accordingly, Nealance stopping aft with the captain alongside the steer oarsman, a big, strong, heavy, muscular specimen of what was generally a large race of people; while I went forward right in the eyes of her, with my lead line ready for use. We had brought with us in one of our boats a very long, light manila line. The end of this was passed into the surf boat and made fast, so that should any disaster occur they could haul us quickly back again. Each of us in the surf boat had a loose life line made fast to our persons, loose enough to get from under the boat in the event of a capsize, but still attaching us to the boat, so that when they hauled the boat back they would bring us back also, but probably half drowned. We were young and careless of danger, and had not arrived at those years of discretion when second thoughts are accounted best, and prudence the better part of valour. We had 6 strong and willing oarsmen, and a long-tried steer oarsman, who all seemed eager and willing for the fray, and as a new experience I also felt a glow of eagerness to get into the fight against this water-hissing monster that barred our way to the deep water beyond. After getting all ready for a start, the steersman carefully counted each roller as it came along, beginning from the heaviest one. 27 rollers having passed, the last the heaviest of all, at a signal from the steer oarsman, when this last had scarcely passed in its spent impotence, we were shot ahead into the next one, the white hissing top covering us fore and aft, while for a second the boat was thrown in a nearly vertical position, and then came down with a thud that would have stove any lighter built boat. As she touched the crest of the wave, each Caledonian let go his oar, which for the second hung well secured alongside. The crest passed in a twinkling, each oar was bent in earnest to send her through the next coming wave. The boat was double built, and had an opening in her bottom about 3 inches wide, from forward to aft, so that the water that came in on top subsided through the bottom, till it again attained its mean and normal level. Getting soundings here was no joke, for when the boat was in her vertical position on the crest of the wave, it took me all my time to hold on and not drop down on top of my boatmates. When she was down in the hollow, I could just barely get one cast before I was again being reared skywise. I was also interested in watching the pulling, and how splendidly the steer oarsman handled her, and kept her fair end on to each coming sea. Chapter 23. Return across the reef. About halfway across we met the 27th sea again. I shut my teeth hard, and grasped my hold with a firmer clasp, as I gazed on this gigantic mass of white, seething, thunder-roaring water. Completely swamped in this thundering mass of water, she was yet reared aloft so high that for a second I imagined a somersault was to complete our voyage of discovery. This was the heaviest we had encountered, and, as the captain of the brig said, we just saved being somersaulted by the skin of our teeth. Recovering the shock of this roaring avalanche of water, and looking around as we fell into the hollow, I could perceive a grin of satisfaction on the dark-hued visage of our steer oarsman. He seemed pleased at being at the other side of that still roaring cauldron. Spurring his men on with renewed energy, now they had successfully battled with and won their way over the heaviest sea wall we should encounter, we reached the extremity of the broken water just in time to ride safely over the next 27th sea ere it curled its crest to fall upon the hard and rocky reef. Pulling a little way off the reef, we laid in our oars and let go the anchor to give us all a rest and a breath ere we started on our perilous journey back to the other side. The captain produced a bottle of good brandy, out of which we all had a freshener, and after that a long drink of water; for all, like myself, had swallowed a good deal of salt water. At the end of a quarter of an hour we prepared to start on our return. The oars were laid in the boat and secured, excepting the steer oar, which was the one thing needful to carry us over. The line which we had towed out with us was now made fast to our bow, for we were to be hauled back hand over hand by the crews in the other two boats. Our anchor was hauled in, the signal flag was waved, as the 27th sea rolled past, and broke with its madly deafening roar. Following close after that heaviest sea, we were towed along through the surf at such a pace that before 8 seas had rolled over us, of course filling the boat each time, we were at the inner side of the reef, receiving the hearty congratulations of our captain and shipmates. 54 seas we encountered outwards, while we must have beaten the sea at the pace we went, for the reef seemed to be about 8 or 9 rollers in extent, if one could have had them to break all at one time. After putting on a few dry garments we had brought with us, we sat down and made a hearty lunch in our captain's boat, while our men and the Caledonians made no less hearty a meal in their respective boats. The rest of the day was spent in sounding over various courses, while the captain of the brig took a leisurely pull up and down the reef, but could find no better spot than this we had pitched on for our passage over, and expressed the wish that the beacons might remain after we had sailed. Of course our captain gladly assented to his request, and said that, his passage of the reef done at our instigation, was worth more than 2 pieces of wood idly bobbing up and down in the water. Our lines of soundings completed, we returned on board the Eamont. The captain of the brig went to his ship, but only to change his attire and then return with his Caledonians and the Dutch captain, for our captain was to give a special spread fore and aft in honour of the day's achievements. After changing our apparel, we joined the captain, reported our soundings on the reef as also afterwards, which were carefully marked on our now completed chart. The water on the reef we found to range from about 16 to 20 feet. 16 was the least either Nealance or I had got, and that generally in the hollow. Of course, under the circumstances, it was only an approximation. Our visitors arrived in due course, and ample justice was done to the sumptuous dinner which had been tastefully laid out on one of the skylights, improvised for the time being into a dining table. After the dinner came the wine, and as usual tongues were loosened, and tales of daring adventures in unknown lands and seas were the order of the day. The captain of the brig regaled our ears with his adventures in the southern seas, which had not always been of so tame a character as the enterprise he was now engaged in. The Dutch captain, who could speak good English, was no way behind in telling us of his encounters with Malay pirates in the Java and Sulu seas. The men forward seemed to be in gay and festive mood, as we could tell by the many cheerful and amusing songs they sang, their echoes returning over the calm and placid waters of the broad lagoon. Our visitors left at midnight, each captain with the promise of a copy of the chart when it was completed, at which they were highly pleased. The Caledonians who had so bravely pulled us over the reef were not forgotten. Our men had made much of them in the evening festivities, and when they departed our captain presented each of them with a brand new shining Mexican dollar, which to them was great wealth, for in their simple-mindedness they had not yet discovered the great value attached to those shining bits of metal. The watch was set on board the Eamont, and all who could retired to seek repose. Chapter 24. More Trading. On the succeeding morning our Chinese schroffs duly arrived, accompanied by a goodly number of Formosian and Chinese traders, some to view our famous Patna and Benares cakes and balls of opium, while others had come with their silver and gold, ready to purchase should our tempting and to them delicious drug prove equal to the high praises our schroffs had belauded it with. One or two of our former customers were amongst this motley lot of traders, and no doubt actuated by a desire to show some return for the hospitality of our entertainment of them on their previous visit, they had brought with them a sampan loaded with all the finest and most luscious fruit the island produced, which they, with many salams and obeisances, begged our captain to graciously accept. There were pineapples, bananas, guavas, oranges, durians, and jackfruit, also a large quantity of the more useful vegetables in the shape of yams and cocoas. The cocoa was a vegetable I had never come across before. It was like a Swede turnip, but boiled mealier than the mealiest of our own home potatoes, and was highly nutritious. Besides fruit and vegetables, a quantity of fresh fish, somewhat resembling mullet, and a large basket or two of splendid oysters added greatly to the value of their present. The captain, with the assistance of a schroff as interpreter, accepted their timely offering with many thanks. Our own supply, brought with us from Amoy, was nearly exhausted, and this replenishment of our stock was the best present they could have made us. Chests of opium were now brought from the hold to the quarter-deck and opened for inspection, while those who had brought their specie with them were getting it ready, in view of the purchases they intended to make. Although the native traders and the schroffs were seemingly the best of friends, yet there ensued a great amount of haggling, gesticulating, and somewhat noisy declamation, without which, it seemed, they could not transact their business to their satisfaction. It was not an angry discussion of the merits or demerits of our wares. By no means, for most of them had open, smiling countenances, and were only trying in their accustomed manner to get to windward of our schroffs as much as they could, and make a good bargain for themselves. It is the same all the world over, although somewhat less noisy, always excepting a Jew's market-place, which most people say cannot be beaten anywhere for haggling and generally overcharging. A good sale was made to-day, and those who came unprepared with silver to buy had marked and booked the cases they intended purchasing on the morrow. At the conclusion of the day's sale, only 10 chests were left undisposed of, and probably these would be treated for next day, when the others came to secure their purchases. A collation, as on the other day, was ready for our visitors as soon as the business of the day had been all arranged. The meal was done ample justice to, and was afterwards well washed down with champagne, sauterne, Bass's ale, and porter, which they seemed to appreciate very much. To look at these lusty and somewhat jocose traders, you would scarcely imagine them to be the dealers in a drug that, however pleasant a dreamland it produces to those in the habit of using it, still becomes in time, when habitually used to excess, one of the most debasing narcotics applied to humankind. A thinking man has only to see the shriveled and shrunken carcasses of the inveterate opium smokers to give him an everlasting disgust against the use of this pernicious drug in any form. For myself, if I could have had the exciting and adventurous life which was born of this trade in any other way of life, I should have preferred it. But the services in our land are only for the rich and the aristocratically born. The natives were not compelled to purchase it, and they were as eager for it as our owners were to supply it. If our countrymen had stopped the supply, the adventurous merchants of another nation would soon have entered the gap, and perhaps carried on the trade in a less scrupulous manner. A large revenue is derived from its growth and use; so also in our native land is a large revenue derived from the drink traffic, but where is the government that will put it down? These traders, who seemed such a healthy and vigorous sample of humankind, possibly only bought it as being an article always in demand, and that fetched a very lucrative price when retailed to smaller dealers. Like many publicans at home, they carefully abstained from the use of their own wares, knowing better than their customers of what they were composed. After the departure of our traders, and as soon as the decks had been cleared for the night, Nealance and I, with the captain's permission, and carrying his excuses for his absence, repaired on board the brig to dinner. A pleasant and jovial evening was spent with the captain of the brig and his mates, not the least enjoyable part of the pleasant time having been passed in witnessing several war dances, and listening to songs given by the New Caledonians. Section 8 of A Cruise in an Opium Clipper by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Section 8, Chapters 25 through 27. Chapter 25. The last of our cargo sold. Symptoms of a typhoon. Soon after breakfast on the following day, the Formosian merchants arrived alongside with their sampan lighters, and in a short time the quarter-deck reassumed the appearance of the floor of a somewhat noisy exchange hall. On one side were ranged the baskets containing the silver, and on the other the balance of our chests of opium. Between these articles of so much value the scales were placed for weighing the opium, while on a small table used by our schroffs several smaller scales were at hand to weigh any suspicious dollar that came along, and had withstood the test of clinking on the schroff's little finger-nail. As on former occasions, the babble of somewhat noisy but good-humoured haggling went on till the conclusion of the day's trade. The sales concluded, it was remarkable to observe the changes that came over the countenances of the traders. From looking eager, anxious, and expectant while prosecuting their bargains, they subsided into the calm and jocosely austere merchants, well satisfied that they had made a good trade. As usual, all sat down to a mixed collation of tempting viands, to which they did ample justice, their appetites no doubt sharpened with their excitement, while their throats could not but be dry after so much talking. Wine and beer, as well as other liquors, were there in profusion to wash down the more solid viands as well as to moisten the dry throats. Our cargo was now all disposed of, and while the lunch had been proceeding, our people had stowed the silver in the specie room, and the chests of opium had been safely transferred into the lighters. With many handshakes and very expressive wishes for our speedy return with another cargo, the merchants took their departure for their respective towns and villages. All hands were then sent down into the hold, in order to shift a quantity of the iron kentledge from aft to forward, so as to bring the Eamont on a more level keel, as she hung so much by the stern when in her sailing trim. While this was being done, under the direction of Mr. Jule, the captain, accompanied by Nealance and myself, were landed on the beach abreast of the Eamont. From thence we took our way through the woods and over several hills in a direction that would lead us near the beach to the northward of the entrance into the harbour. Arriving on the beach at a point nearly abreast of our beacons, we had the satisfaction of seeing, with the aid of a telescope, that they were still there, rising up and down with the undulation of the sea, and keeping careful watch over our track across the surf, which we then hoped to accomplish in a couple of days at farthest. "The swell from the southwest has gone down a good deal," said the captain, "and even the surf has greatly diminished. Perhaps if we wait a couple of days we may get over without rafting any of the kentledge at all. There is plenty of timber here should we require it, and we can bring the Eamont round here and lay between the reef and the shore safe enough while we fix it," added Captain Gulliver. While we three were busy scanning the reef and its still noisy breakers, the sky above became suddenly overcast, the wind outside the reef, which had been blowing a moderate breeze, suddenly ceased, and a dead calm prevailed. "There is a change for you," said the captain. "A sudden ending of the monsoon, by George, but not exactly to my liking. The barometer has been working very curiously this last day or two, and has not risen and fallen with the atmospheric tides at 9 and 3 o'clock for the last 2 days." "This hot, sultry weather," remarked Nealance, "reminds me of the day or two we had before the Swatow typhoon last year." "It was just about this time of year, too," observed the captain, "only we are better sheltered in where she is, if it comes before we get out, than we were in Swatow roads." A flash of lightning and a distant peal of thunder started us on our road back to the ship. On our arrival on board, the captain dived below to consult the barometer. He soon came up again, and I could tell by the determined look on his face that something out of the usual was coming on, and that the time for instant action had arrived. Calling Mr. Jule to his side, he said, "We are going to have a typhoon before many hours, so if you are all finished with that Kentledge, we will turn to and snug her down a bit." Mr. Jule replied that he had finished just before we came on board, and that she was now only 2 feet by the stern. "Very good," said the captain. "Now we will slack up the inside moorings, and heave out to 20 fathoms on the outside anchors. Mr. Jule, you will back the stream anchor on your forward cable when she is hove off, and Nealance, you will back that heaviest kedge on to your after chain. As soon as you are both ready, we will let these go, slack away again on both chains, and heave her back to nearly the same position, and then secure all fore and aft, so that it will break before it will give an inch. Now be sharp, for there may not be much time," added the captain. Turning to me, the captain said, "Anderson, take some hands forward, and get that topgallant and topsail yard on deck, and stow them on the booms, then rig in your flying jib boom. After that refurl all the sails, and don't leave a single crevice for the wind to get in at. Be handy, and get done before dark." The men were piped to grog, and then all set to work with a good will, and in 3 hours' time the orders had all been executed, and the Eamont securely moored, a little out from her former position. Drizzling rain, with occasional flashes of lightning and still distant thunder, was now heralding the approach of the much dreaded devastator. The sea watch was set, the hands piped to supper, and we of the afterguard adjourned to dinner. Chapter 26. A Typhoon. By the time we had finished dinner the barometer had fallen to 28.60, and when we went on deck you could not feel a breath of wind. Nothing yet but drizzling rain. The darkness around us being lit with the spiral flashes of lightning that seemed to leap upwards from all around the horizon. The thunder had ceased, and awful stillness reigned around us, and between the flashes of lightning we seemed to be encompassed by a cloud of impenetrable darkness that could be felt better than seen. The captain and Mr. Jule visited all our moorings to see that everything was well secured against the time this Herculean elemental force should strike us. It was an awful night, yet withal it had for those who could think of nature's God all the sublimity and grandeur which oft accompanies and precedes the beneficent workings of the great Architect of the universe, be it storm or earthquake, which are the 2 great safety valves for the purification of the air and the earth. The awful silence and impenetrable darkness of the night were rendered more appalling by the intense anxiety experienced by us all, in waiting and watching for the further development of the impending cyclone. Midnight came on apace, the barometer now registered 28.30,
and still the same impenetrable shroud of solid blackness overshadowed us. With highly strung nerves, we waited in gloomy apprehension for the bursting upon us of this terrific convulsion of aerial forces, no doubt wisely sent to restore the equilibrium of the air we breathe, in places where that air, so necessary to the life of all living creatures, had become vitiated by undue stillness and sultry heat. Mixed with the drizzling rain, sparks of lightning still kept shooting up all around, piercing the gloomy pall hanging over us, but casting no light upon the dark and dismal scene. About 1 a.m. a weird, unearthly moan was heard away to the north-northeast. "Look out there, every one!" called out the captain. "Watch the moorings, and keep clear of falling spars." Every one sprang at once to his appointed station, and there stood in breathless silence. In less than a minute the moan had become a deep and reverberating groan. A few seconds more the groan had changed to the mightiest roar of a cataract. Then, bursting upon us with an appalling force, it howled and screamed through the masts and rigging, as if all the fiends in Hades had been let loose and come to assist in the destruction of the material universe. Howl and scream, scream and howl, with a madly deafening roar. All we could do was to hold on and gaze at and listen to this awful upheaval of nature's force in its fiercest, wildest, most destructive mood. Let the reader imagine himself standing in close proximity to 1,000 locomotive engines, with their steam whistles all screeching at their loudest blast, and he will have but a faint idea of the howling noise that assailed us as it tore through the rigging and the spars. The Eamont tugged and strained at her moorings like some wild animal endeavouring to escape from the leash of his hated keeper. The blinding drift and the darkness hid from our view all except the immediate surroundings of our own vessel. Therefore we were unable to see how the vessels and junks in the harbour were faring in midst of this terrific storm. The Eamont was well moored, which was a matter of great satisfaction, and although she surged heavily on her cables as each successive blast swept down upon her, we had great confidence in her holding on till the centre cyclone had passed. From the commencement of the storm till dawn began to lighten up the awful scene, there was no abatement in its force, rather otherwise, for the blasts came quicker and quicker in succession as the time wore on, the wind likewise changing its direction more to the eastward, and by the time daylight had come, we were enabled to see the other vessels around us. It was coming right down the lagoon, which was now one mass of foam. Little had been said amongst us during the darkness of the night. The moorings had been carefully attended to, the officers stationed to look each to his particular mooring, remaining close to the bitts to which it was secured, while the captain placed himself forward at the starboard cable, which had to meet and sustain the greatest amount of pressure, the wind having struck us about right ahead, and veered gradually towards the starboard bow. Although the storm was still increasing in violence, yet the daylight had the effect of reviving our tired, wet, and somewhat stiffened bodies, and endowing us with fresh vigour to withstand that part of the storm which had yet to come. After piping to grog, watch relieved watch as best they could, the old watch reclothing themselves in dry garments, although it was only to come on deck and go through the same soaking process. One felt livelier and better in the second suit, although wet through, for it seemed as if the weary waiting and watching of the past night, as also the blackness and darkness of the impenetrable gloom, and the beating of the incessant and heavy rain, had been put away with the garments worn during the night. The captain and we officers relieved each other also, changing our garments and partaking of slight refreshment for the inner man as well. The barometer had fallen by this time to 27.60, and still appeared to be on the downward path. Chapter 28. An armed junk grounds close to us. We capture her. The Dutch schooner swept away. No one seemed to care about stopping below longer than was necessary for a shift and a bite. We were all soon on deck again, looking carefully after our moorings, for each successive blast was more violent and came more rapidly as the wind slowly veered towards the east. In the short pauses between the blasts, we were able to glance around and survey the scene as far as we could through the blinding drift of spray and rain. The lagoon was one entire mass of seething spray and whitened foam. The receiving ship ahead of us, having no masts or yards, had held her own, and no doubt she was strongly secured in order to withstand the ravages of the tempest so common in these latitudes. Several junks lying farther ahead of us had evidently driven somewhat nearer to the Eamont. The brig held on well, the captain having sent all his yards down, but the Dutch schooner, which the night before had been to the eastward of the brig, and of course ahead of her, was now a cable's length to the westward and astern of her. Close on 8:00 a.m. a tremendous squall came thundering down the lagoon, deafening in its roar, and awful in its sublime fury, seeming to shake the lagoon as if it were an earthquake, and making the Eamont tremble as she strained and surged at her moorings. This burst of air fury past, a new source of danger was upon us, for one of the junks had started to drive right down on top of us. As the junk, which seemed quite unmanageable, threatened to bring up across our bows, the captain motioned us all forward to get the jib boom rigged in. The heel rope was passed along, the lanyards of the guys and stays were quickly cut, but before we got a pull on the heel rope, another and more furious blast was upon us. The junk came on across our bow, stern first, snapping the jib boom short off by the cap, and still drifting, she took the ground inside of us, her leeward bow just clearing our stern, and falling aft about 10 feet on our port bow, she was tightly wedged in between the Eamont and the shore. The junk being heavily armed and having a crew that looked more of the pirate than the peaceful trader, Captain Gulliver deemed it necessary to make her a prize. Coming close up to Nealance and me, the captain shouted to us as well as he could in the awful din that was raging, "Take 20 or 30 armed men and take possession of that junk. Disarm her crew and chase them on board the Eamont, and we will secure them down below." We were not long in arming ourselves and men, even in such a time as this, and were soon scrambling up from her bow on board the junk. Her crew looked ugly at first, and one or two endeavoured to get on shore from her stern, but a shot or two from a revolver proving that we were in real earnest, they threw down their arms, and were soon driven on board the Eamont and secured down in her hold. The captain and schroff of the junk escaped over her stern, and were soon lost in the woods. Mr. Nealance with 6 men was left on board the junk to search her, as also to keep possession pending her ransom. It seemed as if that tremendous blast had been the centre blast of the hurricane, which had culminated and concentrated all its force for one grand effort to overthrow and destroy all that came within the sphere of its relentless and destructive track. We had no sooner settled with the junk than our attention was called to the position of the Dutch schooner. She had either parted from her anchors, or else they had lost their hold, for she was fast driving before the blast, right towards the entrance of the harbour. The people on board were gesticulating wildly, and no doubt shouting at their loudest as if for help. No help could be afforded them. A boat would not have lived a minute, and no oar blade could be held against the wind. On drove the ill-fated schooner to her doom, driving stern foremost as if some water fiend were beneath her, dragging her to certain destruction. Either her anchors or weight of chain were keeping her end on to the gale, all her yards being aloft, she would otherwise have paid her bow off, so that there was one hope left, that the chains or anchor might foul something before she reached the reef outside. Nothing inside the harbour brought the ill-fated schooner up, and with feelings of dismay and commiseration for her helpless crew, we could but stand and gaze at her as she drove through the entrance towards the open sea, between which and her a deadly barrier existed, a hard and stony reef. Help from man at this juncture was unattainable. The storm was then at its worst, and none knew but what their own fate might be to follow on the track of the schooner, now gone from our view. Half an hour after the Dutch schooner had disappeared from sight, a slight diminution in the force of the typhoon was apparent. The squalls were not coming in quite such rapid succession, and the wind was veering to the southward of east, which brought us a little protection from the high land on the opposite side of the channel, which was scarcely half a mile across, in an east-south-east direction from where we lay. The captain, who had gone below to consult the barometer, came up with a smiling face, and told us it had gone up 0.3, which was cheering news to all. He then told Mr. Jule to send the hands to breakfast, remarking in a genial voice that now the centre's got past we shall have fine weather again before sundown, and we have a lot of work to do. "Mr. Nealance and Mr. Anderson," said the captain, as he beckoned us towards him, "I want some volunteers to go on shore as soon as the men have had breakfast, to try and find out what has become of the Dutch schooner, and see if there is any help wanted, for she may have been driven to the northward inside the reef, and gone on shore on the beach." We both offered our services, at which he was much pleased. He then said, "Hurry down and get something to eat. Bring up your arms with you. Then, as soon as the men have breakfast, pick out a dozen. See that they have their arms, and take 30 rounds of ammunition for each man, for you don't know whom you may meet if she has stranded anywhere near the beach." End of Section 8. Section 9 of A Cruise in an Opium Clipper by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 9, Chapters 28 through 30. Chapter 28. We search for the schooner and find her ashore. A brush with wreckers. We were not long over our impromptu breakfast, and soon we were on deck again, armed and ready for all eventualities. The hands were mustered on deck, told what service we were going on, and 12 of the youngest and the nimblest were told off to harness themselves, and then come aft and get their ammunition out of the magazine. Although the wind had decreased and the squalls were coming less quickly than an hour ago, the water round us was still one mass of foam, lashed into fury by the mighty force of the wind that still prevailed. As no boat could be put into the water to be of any service, we who were of the exploring party found our way on shore by means of the junk that lay stranded between our port bow and the beach. Captain Gulliver had instructed us to make for the beach at the same place which we had visited the previous afternoon. None of us were encumbered with much apparel. Crimean shirt and trousers, cap and canvas slippers were about all any of us had on besides our arms and accoutrements. Passing into the forest as we landed from the junk, we were soon sheltered by the dense foliage from the worst of the storm, and being in light marching order, we soon arrived on the beach at the point indicated by the captain. The first object that met our view looking to the northward was the Dutch schooner, stranded, about 3 miles northwest of where we were. Her foremast was gone by the deck, and her mainmast had parted about the middle. Her hull was still intact, although the heavy sea that was rolling in on the beach gave little hope that she could last much longer. Every wave was lifting her skywards, and as it receded to make way for other seas, the schooner was let down on the beach with so dreadful a crash that, had she not been exceptionally strong, it must have finished her ere this. Between us and the schooner were several high and lofty hills, not exactly mountains, but a good height, and very formidable looking to us down on the beach. We could not skirt them on the beach, for in different places the sea was breaking halfway up the rugged cliffs. No time was lost in speculation as to how to get there, but as soon as the schooner was seen we were off across the hills at a pretty smart run. We got over the first hill in less than no time, but the second seemed to bar our further progress, for the side presented to our view was nearly as perpendicular as a high and well-built wall of granite. Walking towards the sea, whose roaring could be easily heard as it thundered on the beach, we were fortunate in finding a tortuous pass that led through this rocky hill and brought us on to the beach again, about half a mile from the schooner. The hull was still holding together, and as she had been driven higher up on the beach with each successive wave, she did not lift so much with the sea, and of course the crash of her downcoming was also less, thus giving her a chance of holding out much longer. Arriving abreast of where she lay, we were hailed by those on board with every species of gesticulation that could express their joy and thankfulness for our so speedily coming to their rescue. She was not so far off but what we could see those on board shaking hands with each other in the exuberance of their joy. Hope now filled their hearts instead of despair, for had she broken up before our arrival, all would most likely have perished, for if not drowned or dashed to pieces, death most likely awaited them in another form at the hands of the uncivilized natives. These were down in great force, but heeding not the cries of the helpless crew, they were busily intent on carrying away the sails and wreckage of the schooner's foremast, which had drifted half a mile to the northward of the wreck. While I endeavoured, with two of our hands, to float off the log chip attached to our log line, which we had brought with us for this purpose, Mr. Nealance took the rest of our party along the beach in the direction of the natives, who were busy wrecking, and, heedless of the lives of the crew, who might have perished any moment by the breaking of their vessel, or being washed off her deck, for the sea was making a clean sweep of her yet, and it must have been worse before she was driven high up on the beach. The natives, instead of retiring as Nealance and his party drew towards them, showed evident signs of hostility. Brandishing their spears and yelling some fearful war-whoop, they started at a run, some 200 or 300 of them, as if to attack our small, but, to their amazement, well-armed party. In a twinkling our men had unslung their Minié rifles, which had been loaded when we first entered the bush, and firing a volley into the advancing band of natives, brought them to a sudden stop. Another volley was fired into them, which made them bout ship and clear for the woods, and I and my two men going up, we gave them a parting volley which hastened their flight. To make sure of their not coming round secretly from the forest and surprising us while we were getting the schooner's crew on shore, we also entered the bush, and firing volley after volley, we chased them through the woods, till we saw them in full swing, helter-skelter across some paddy fields, and towards a village some 9 or 10 miles off, in the direction which they had taken. Chapter 29. We rescue the crew. My party relieved by the captain and a fresh party. Having now, as we imagined, got rid of the wreckers, we returned to the beach and began anew our attempts to establish communication with the stranded schooner. After several unsuccessful attempts to float off the log chip in the drawback of the retiring sea, we were at length rewarded with success. As soon as the schooner's crew got a hold of our log line, they bent on to it the end of a 3-inch manila rope, which we soon hauled on shore and made fast to a stout tree. Another smaller line was got on shore, in the middle of which was made a bowline knot, with the eye of it round the first and stouter rope. As soon as all was properly fixed, the work of landing the crew began. By the time we had succeeded in getting half of the crew on shore, the wind and sea had considerably abated, so much so that we could get on board the schooner without the aid of the travelling line, by running through the surf half way keeping a good hold of the Manila line, letting one sea pass over us, and then, as the waves receded, making a run for the side ladder, which the crew had hung over when they found out our intention of getting on board. One of the rescued men had informed us that the captain had been ill of fever and ague for 2 or 3 days, and was very ill and weak, so Nealance and I, watching our chance, succeeded in getting safely on board, the better to arrange about landing the captain. Arriving on the schooner's deck, we were heartily welcomed by those on board, every one trying to be first to shake us by the hand in the exuberance of their joy. We found her very much strained, and parted amidships on the off side, so that had the storm continued without abatement, she must have broken up ere then. She was pretty well up the beach by this time, and the seas had less effect on her, although the tops of the waves, as they broke on her off side, kept washing over her heavily. They had lost the buoyant power of lifting her very much out of the bed she had made for herself in the soft, shifting sand of the beach. We found the captain very ill indeed, and so weak that we suggested the advisability of waiting an hour or two till the storm had further abated, before we attempted to land him. The captain, on our assurance that the sea would rapidly go down, and that she would hold together as she then was, consented to this arrangement. Leaving the captain in the hands of his steward, who was tenderly caring for him, we went forward and had a talk with the mate about the advisability of saving their clothes and such stores as they had of any value worth preserving. The sailors thereupon proceeded to pack up their clothing in their bags and chests, while the mates went aft and got all belonging to them, and the captain secured in a similar manner. Watching the recoil of the waves, our men from the beach would run up nearly alongside the wreck, keeping hold of the rope with one hand, while with the other they seized hold of a bag of clothing or a portmanteau; or 2 of them would grasp hold of a chest, and, watching their chance, allow the next incoming wave to carry them up the beach as far as it would, then, taking fast and firm hold of the line when the wave recoiled, allowed it to pass, and then walked up the beach and deposited whatever they had secured far enough away to be clear of the reach of the water. In like manner, the spare sails, the cabin stores, bolts of canvas, even the carpenter's tool chest, generally a pretty heavy one, and a quantity of live poultry were all brought on shore and safely deposited on the beach. Some 3 or 4 hours had now elapsed since our arrival at the wreck, and the wind and sea had greatly abated, so much so that we were now enabled to land the captain without even wetting his feet. With one of the spare sails we rigged a kind of tent, and made up a couch, on which we placed the captain, who seemed utterly exhausted and broken down. The loss of his vessel added greatly to his distress. After getting the captain made comfortable, we turned our attention to the getting of something to eat. We were all on shore from the wreck, everything was done that was possible, and we were all sitting, resting on the sails and baggage. Some were eating tinned preserves, others slices of nice raw ham and biscuits. Of cheese there was abundance, with a goodly supply of claret and sauterne to wash the food down with. While we were in the midst of our feasting, we were agreeably surprised by the arrival of our captain, and no less a personage than Captain Rooney of the receiving ship, accompanied by a number of men from both vessels. The disaster to the schooner had attracted the attention of Captain Rooney, who, acting on the instinct of common humanity, as soon as the weather had abated and he could leave his ship, had gone on board the Eamont to consult with our captain as to the advisability of endeavouring to rescue the crew of the schooner. Being informed that a party from our ship were already gone to the rescue, he was well pleased. A few friendly advances were made on both sides, and in a minute the two who had borne such enmity for each other became the best of friends. It was decided between them to go with sufficient men to relieve us, to see what had transpired, and to decide upon any further measures that might be necessary. As soon as they had been informed by Mr. Nealance of all that had been done, as well as the interference of the natives, and that we had been obliged to use our rifles to chase them away, both captains expressed themselves well pleased that we had been enabled to defend and rescue the shipwrecked crew. Everything around us was becoming quiet and placid. The wind was lulling fast, and the sea was quickly becoming a gentle ripple. The new arrivals had seen none of the natives, nor had we since we had hunted them across the paddy fields. It being the intention of the two captains to remain for some time and consult with the Dutch captain as to what was best to be done, our captain called me to him and said, "Anderson, you can go back to the ship with your party of men. I dare say they are hungry and need dry clothes as well. Leave your rifles and ammunition with my party, for they brought none, as we of course knew we could have yours. But I don't suppose the natives will trouble us after the peppering they have got." "Shall I come back again?" I asked. "Well, yes," he said, "if we are not back by 4 o'clock. Tell Mr. Jule to let you have a half-dozen of our best men, well armed, and come and meet us, for the natives might show out as the darkness comes on, especially amongst the trees as we pass through the woods." Chapter 30. Miraculous Escape from Hostile Natives. The Captain and his men hunted by them. The men who had been with us on the beach, having handed over their rifles, revolvers, and ammunition to the newcomers, now started along with me on our return to the Eamont. Taking the route along the beach, we endeavoured to pass to seaward of the hills that intervened between us and the harbour, but much to our chagrin we found that the water had not receded far enough to enable us to get round the bluff, and the waves were breaking too heavily to chance swimming round to the beach on the other side. Very reluctantly we were compelled to retrace our steps and steer for the pass we had come through in the early part of the day when proceeding to the rescue. As we came towards the pass, the path from the beach narrowed a good deal, so that we were compelled to walk in single file. Coming to the entrance of the pass, some hidden influence or mysterious fate compelled me to draw my sword and carry it in my hand, resting it on the shoulder ready for immediate use. The captain and his party had seen no natives, they said, therefore such an idea as meeting with them was farthest from my thoughts. The road they had come had never been mentioned, and it is possible they may have crossed the hills more inland than we did, and so avoided the gorge this pass was the entrance into. Entering the pass at the head of my men, for a second my heart almost ceased to beat at the startling sight that met my gaze. The pass was lined on both sides with natives, armed with poleaxes, spears, huge knives, and many other ugly, death-dealing instruments, while the natives themselves looked ferocious, wild, and untamed. Although taken flat aback at the sight of the murderous-looking throng, a subtle instinct within me carried me forward, sword in hand, looking to the right and left with a cool, staring eye, which seemed to curb the revengeful spirit in the natives, till, arriving at the other end of the defile, I stopped, turned round, saw all the men safely through, and then told them in very unmistakable English to make a clean pair of heels for the ship, while I brought up the rear at a very sharp pace as soon as I had got a little way from the entrance of the pass, so that the natives might not see us in too great a hurry. How they let us through without touching a hair of our heads, or once making a motion towards us, passes my comprehension, for as we walked through that pass, between these armed savages, I expected every second a blow on the head from a poleaxe, or to be pierced through with one of their long and keen-edged lances. A kind Providence had certainly watched over us for that time, and, shame to say, looking back through the mist of over 30 years, not one of us there returned thanks to God for our preservation, or gave him the honour that was due for thus protecting us. A few short hours previously we were firing on these half-civilized beings, whose natures had now been charged with the murderous passion for revenge, their countenances as I first looked at them glaring with it, and yet for the space of 10 minutes their passion was held in check, and 11 unarmed men passed through their lines in safety. Neither slackening our pace nor wasting time in looking behind us, we soon arrived at the summit of the hills that lay between us and the harbour. On gaining the summit we there paused to take breath, and seeing no signs of the natives following us, we descended the hill in a more leisurely manner towards the harbour than we had ascended the other side. The storm had by this time subsided, and the harbour had recovered its usual calm placidity. Mr. Jule, observing us coming down the hill, had a boat in readiness to bring us on board, and we were soon safely landed on the deck of the Eamont. I reported to Mr. Jule the orders I had received from the captain, and acquainted him with the fact that I had met a crowd of the natives in the pass, heavily armed and looking murderous and revengeful. Mr. Jule thought with me that the matter was serious enough for me to return with a number of armed men as soon as I had changed my clothes and had some dinner, instead of waiting till 4 o'clock, as the captain had instructed me when leaving the beach. I was soon inside another suit of clothes, and was just in the act of sitting down to luncheon with Mr. Jule, when the sentry called us to come on deck. Hurrying up and looking towards the hill we had so lately descended, we there discovered our people whom we had left on the beach running down the hill, with the natives in full chase behind them. In less time than I can write it, 2 boats were manned and at the beach ready to receive them, while I, with a dozen men with rifles loaded, marched forward, got between our men and the natives, and at the command of our captain fired a volley into the pursuers, which soon brought them to a halt. Reloading our rifles, we gave them another volley, which made them bout ship and scamper away back over the hill. As soon as we had thus rid ourselves of the natives, the captain ordered us to fall back and get on board the ship, he himself and Captain Rooney, along with an American gentleman who had been staying with Rooney over a trip of his tender that supplied the receiving ship with opium, coming on board the Eamont with us. End of Section 9. Section 10 of A Cruise in an Opium Clipper by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 10, Chapters 31 through 33. Chapter 31. Search for Missing Men. Horrible Discovery. As soon as we arrived on board, the hands were mustered on deck. We then found that 2 of our men were missing, as well as the captain and 3 of the crew of the Dutch schooner. The hands were then dismissed to their dinners, but told to hold themselves in readiness for an attack, as the natives might come in greater force, and bring some gingals along with them. The men dismissed, and the sentries ordered to keep a good look-out on shore, Captain Gulliver said: "Captain Rooney, Mr. Estevelt, welcome on board the Eamont. Although we are in the midst of trouble, I am glad to have made your acquaintance, and pleased that we know one another better now." Both gentlemen warmly expressed their thanks for his cordial welcome, and then we were all formally introduced to our visitors. "We will now go below," said our captain, "and see what the stewards can find for us in the way of eatables and drinkables, for I have no doubt you are all a little peckish after that sharp run. While we are eating, we will consult on what is best to be done next, for we must really rescue our other men and the Dutch captain and his men, or find out if they are taken prisoners, or what has befallen them." Through the consultation which proceeded at the dinner table, I was enabled to glean the particulars of what had transpired on the beach after I had left them. It seems that, about half an hour after we left the beach, and apparently somewhat near the time that we had emerged from the pass in safety, the natives, in considerable force, burst through the bush, yelling and shouting, brandishing their weapons, and throwing their lances, which reached nearly up to our people at their first throw. Seizing their rifles, our men poured a volley into the advancing crowd, which made them halt. Quickly reloading, they brought their rifles to bear upon the natives, but what was their consternation when they found that not a rifle would go off. In the hurry and eagerness of rescuing the schooner's crew, our men had gone through and through the surf, all the time with their harness on, and to it was attached the pouch containing the cartridges, which of course in the time of direst need they found were wet and useless. The natives, seeing the hesitation on the part of our people, began their advance again. Finding no more shots fired, they came on with greater boldness, our men retiring before them in a direction towards the pass, thinking that if it was plunder they were after, they might stop at the miscellaneous quantity of stores we had piled on the beach. Some of them halted at the pile, but the others followed after our men, who, being unarmed, had nothing left to do but make a clean pair of heels. They were fortunate in finding the pass, and not being encumbered with much clothing, were just able to keep far enough ahead to be out of reach of their lances, which they seemed to be very clever at throwing as they advanced on to the beach. This flight being forced on our people in so sudden a manner, there was no possibility of seeing that all were there. To stop would have been death, as it had been already to some of them, although we knew it not yet. Over the hills they were hotly chased by the natives, never pausing till we intervened between them with a dozen rifles that sent their shot whistling amongst the advancing crowd, and with no stinted supply of cartridges that would go off. The result of the consultation was that Mr. Nealance and I volunteered to go along to the wrecked schooner after dark, and try and find out what had become of the rest of our people, and the missing captain and his men. Although it generally begins to get dark in those latitudes about 6 in the month of September, we did not set out till 7, thus giving the natives time to retire to their villages and leave the coast clear for our search. As soon as we landed, we made for the thickest part of the wood that covered the hills, thinly in some places, but thick enough in other places to cover our advance, which was made in a careful and cautious manner. Proceeding in single file, covered always by a tree when in the more open portions of the wood, we reached the entrance of the pass unmolested, having heard or seen nothing except the cry and flight of the decoy bird, which we knew too well to care to follow. Peering into the pass with eyes well accustomed to searching in the darkness of night, we found it wholly untenanted, much to our gratification. Proceeding through the pass with still cautious steps, we soon arrived at the beach, and keeping close along the edge of the bush that skirted it, we soon gained the position abreast of the schooner where we had landed all her stores. After a slight pause to have a good look round and see that no natives were lurking about, we walked down the beach to where the stores had been piled. The stores were gone, not a shred of anything left, and in their place we found the dead bodies of our 2 men and one of the schooner's crew, dreadfully mutilated, none having less than a dozen spear wounds, each thrust having been sufficient in itself to have caused death. They were past all human aid, so after covering them with branches torn from the bush, we left them to be watched by the silent stars till we could return and give them burial. The water had so far receded as to leave the wreck nearly high and dry, so that when we walked down the beach we had little difficulty in finding the ladder, which still hung over her side, and so gained the deck. On getting over her rail, a horrid spectacle met our gaze. Lying on the deck about 6 feet from us were the dead bodies of 2 of her seamen, with their heads chopped off from their bodies, and their bodies a mass of spear wounds. Turning from this mournful sight and walking aft, we came across the dead body of her captain, with no fewer than 14 spear wounds in his breast. Poor old man, he had escaped to his vessel in the Malay, and possibly his 2 men followed to protect him, and then they had met their fate. The captain in his sickness could never have escaped, and all honour is due to the 2 brave seamen who gave their lives up in attempting to defend their commander. Searching out some old tarpaulins, we carefully covered the bodies so that the birds of prey might not get at them before we could return and more reverently dispose of them. As nothing more could be done by us, and we had discovered all too sadly what we had come in search of, we returned to the beach, and proceeded sorrowfully and quietly to retrace our steps in the direction of the harbour. We arrived safely back on board the Eamont about 10 o'clock, and found the two captains and their friend waiting in eager expectation for the result of our search. Having given them all the details of our search and its mournful findings, another consultation was held, and a plan fixed upon whereby we hoped, without proceeding to any greater extremities, to lay our hands upon the murderers, and deal with them as justice demanded. Chapter 32. An Expedition. We Capture a Mandarin. The consultation concluded, Captain Rooney and his friend proceeded on board the receiving ship in one of our boats, to make ready for their intended share of the enterprise that had been decided on. Our visitors having departed, Captain Gulliver, addressing Mr. Nealance and me, said, "You will get the 10-oared cutter ready, with muffled oars, as soon as you can, and pick out 20 of our smartest hands to go in her. Arm them with cutlasses and revolvers, and give them 60 rounds of ammunition each. Call the 2 head schroffs up, and give them a revolver each and some ammunition, while I explain to them what service is required of them to-night." The schroffs soon made their appearance, when the captain told them they were to accompany us as interpreters, and guide us to the principal town or village on the lagoon, as he and Captain Rooney desired to have an interview with the mandarin or other person in authority over the natives who had so savagely attacked and murdered our men, and the Dutch captain and his men. We had not long to wait after we had everything in readiness for the expedition, before a boat full of well-armed Manila men arrived from the receiving ship, in charge of Captain Rooney, accompanied by his friend and one of his officers. Nealance and I accompanied Captain Gulliver into our boat, as also did our schroffs, looking rather frightened at the number of armed men around them. Captain Rooney and his friend came into our boat, and Mr. Nealance took their place in the receiving ship's boat, while I acted as coxswain of our boat, steering by the direction of the captain, who with Captain Rooney was extracting from the schroffs all the information they could, and more especially which was the most important town in the lagoon. Close upon 11 p.m. we shoved off from the Eamont, and, acting on the information gleaned from the schroffs, we pulled right across to the eastern side of the lagoon, till within a few yards of the shore, when the boats were headed in a direction to coast along to the eastward, at a safe distance from the beach, to keep clear of taking the ground. After pulling silently along for a distance of 7 or 8 miles, the outlying habitations of a somewhat extensive village began to show up. The village was in total darkness, and might have been easily passed had we been half a mile off. Quietly we pulled along till we came to a rude landing stage, round which were lying a number of sampans and lighters, some at anchor and some hauled up on the beach. Gliding alongside the landing stage, we pulled up alongside, far enough to be able to step from the boat onto the stage. The party from the Eamont's boat landed first, then the Manila men, to the number of 15, armed in a similar manner to our men. The Manila men were barefooted, while our men had pieces of flannel tied over their shoes to deaden the noise as we marched to the mandarin's residence. The Manila men, under the command of their own officer, were brought up to the inner end of the landing, and there left to guard the landing stage and the boats. Captains Gulliver and Rooney, Mr. Eastavelt, and I, with 6 of our men and the schroffs, proceeded into the town, followed at a moderate distance by Nealance and the other 6 men. The houses were a good deal apart, so that we had plenty of room to march along without the inhabitants being disturbed by any noise from us, muffled as we were, and if there were any dogs in this village, they slept as soundly as their masters. 20 minutes slow walking brought us up to the residence of the Tootai, or mandarin, which stood a little isolated and apart from the other houses. The schroffs discovered in a kind of lodge at the entrance a watchman, one of the Tootai's guards, fast asleep. Wakening him up while we kept in the dark, they explained to him that several gentlemen were anxious to have an interview with his master, the Tootai, and enjoined on him the necessity of strict silence, or himself and master might pay the penalty, if they acted otherwise, of being immediately shot. This most unusual occurrence, and the presence of so many armed men when we came into view, to back up the assertion of the schroff, so frightened the watchman that he fell prostrate at the feet of the schroff, begging for mercy. The schroff, ordering him to arise, told him the only way to save his life was by admitting us silently and quickly to the presence of his august master. Getting on his feet again, the watchman led the way across the courtyard, followed closely by the schroffs and the two captains, while Mr. Eastervelt and I, with our 6 men, brought up the rear. Nealance and his men, who had come upon us at the lodge, being posted there in case of emergency. Although no light was visible about this mansion, I doubt very much if the Tootai had retired, for after the lapse of a very few minutes after the entrance of the watchman and the schroffs into the mansion, the 2 captains, with Mr. Eastervelt, were ushered into the room where he was sitting, apparently reading or transacting business with his secretary. I was left with my 6 men outside the door, ready for what might occur. I heard very little of what transpired inside, except that no satisfaction could be got out of him, only protests that none of his people had anything to do with the wreck. At the end of about 20 minutes, I and my men were called into the room, and in less time than I can write it, the Tootai, his secretary, and watchman were gagged and bound, then, in company with us, marched down to the eddy, and safely deposited in the cutter of the Eamont. Not a creature awoke to disturb our proceedings or give any alarm, and without molestation we arrived back on board the Eamont shortly after midnight. A short parley was held, when it was decided to secure the prisoners in a cabin by themselves, and postponed further questioning till the morning. The prisoners secured, and an armed sentry placed at the door, Captain Rooney and his friend departed in their boat to the receiving ship, to get some rest if possible, as a preparation for next day's proceedings. Boarding nettings were triced up on board the Eamont, after the cutter had been hoisted on board, and setting a careful armed watch, we on board the Eamont retired to bed. Chapter 33. Preparations for a second expedition. On the following morning, as soon as daylight made all things visible, Nealance and I were sent on board the junk, which lay between us and the shore, with several of our men, to spike her guns and bring what powder and shot we could find on board of her, to supplement our stock, as there was no knowing how much we might yet require before the natives were brought into submission to our superior civilization. 2 kegs of powder were found, but very little shot, for they had mostly large piles of whinstones alongside each gun, as substitutes for shot. What arms were discovered were also carried on board the Eamont, and added to the pile taken from the crew of the junk when they were disarmed the previous day. The crew of the junk were safely confined in our hold. They were well supplied with food, but never more than 2 allowed on deck at a time. By the time our search was over, the decks of the Eamont were swabbed down, the guns loaded and run out, and all hands mustered on deck, well armed, and everything done to give the Eamont the appearance of a regular man of war. A signal was then made to the receiving ship, which was answered by Captain Rooney coming alongside the Eamont in his heaviest cutter, with a large complement of armed Manila men, 2 of his officers, and his friend Mr. Eastervelt. Captain Rooney, Mr. Eastervelt, and the 2 officers came on board, and after a short parley it was decided to have breakfast before proceeding with the momentous business before us. The hands were accordingly dismissed from quarters to get their breakfast, while we of the afterguard descended to the cabin, where a very substantial repast awaited us. While at breakfast, the first portion of the day's programme was settled by the captains and Mr. Eastavelt, we officers heartily assenting to their proposed plan of action. Punctually at 8 bells, the British ensign was run up on board the Eamont, while the stars and stripes were at the same time displayed from the gaff of the receiving ship. The hands were piped to quarters in fighting order. The Manila men, who had breakfast with our people, returned to their boat. A whip was rove at the extremity of each foreyardom, with a hangman's noose at the end of each whip, which came down to the rail. The Tootai, or mandarin, and the man who we supposed was his secretary, were then brought on to the quarter-deck, to be questioned by the schroffs, as interpreters, anent their willingness to deliver up to us the murderers of the Dutch captain and his men. To all questions nothing but evasive answers could be had from them, each disclaiming all knowledge of the wreckers of the previous day, as well as refusing in heated language to assist us in our search for the miscreants. Unable to persuade the Tootai to deliver up the persons who actually committed the murderous deeds, or even to promise his assistance in discovering them, harder measures had to be resorted to. The Tootai and his secretary were marched forward, one on each side of the deck, through an imposing array of fully armed men, till they came abreast of the whips that depended from each foreyardom. The nooses were placed over their heads, and they were informed by the schroffs that in 10 minutes' time they would be run up by the neck to the yardom, and there left to hang till they were dead, a salutary warning to other mandarins to put an end to the wrecking and murdering of defenceless seamen who might be unfortunate enough to be cast away on their shores. This information, imparted to them by the schroffs in solemn and forcible language, and the sight of so many well-armed, determined men, brought them in abject terror to their knees. Every assistance in their power was now offered us, and they gladly promised to take us to the village where these wreckers resided, and deliver the actual murderers into our hands. They were now marched back to the quarter-deck, and the schroffs were ordered to take them below and give them a feed. While the prisoners were below with the schroffs, the Eamont became a scene of bustling activity for a short time. 2 cutters were hoisted out and manned with the smartest of our crew, armed with cutlass, rifle, and revolver, with a goodly supply of cartridges. Another cutter was sent for from the receiving ship by Captain Rooney, and by the time the mandarin had finished his feed, a small, well-armed flotilla lay alongside the Eamont, ready to depart in quest of the murderers. The mandarin and his secretary were to accompany us as guides, while the bravest one amongst our schroffs consented to come as the interpreter. In our 2 boats there were 36 men, all told, including the captain, Nealance, and myself. In the 2 boats of the receiving ship there were 45, all told, which included Captain Rooney, Mr. Eastavelt, and 2 officers. Our people were men of all civilized nations, while those of the receiving ship were entirely Manila men, a race of people very much akin to the Malay in all but language. End of Section 10. Section 11 of A Cruise in an Opium Clipper by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 11, Chapters 34 through 36. Chapter 34. We disembark at the wreckers' village. The Tootai and his secretary were now brought on deck, and placed in the large launch of the receiving ship, the 2 captains and Mr. Eastavelt taking their places in the same boat, accompanied by the schroff. Nealance and I were thus left in charge of the Eamont's 2 boats, receiving our orders, of course, from the boat containing the chiefs, which led the way. Casting off from the Eamont, we followed in the wake of our leaders in single file along the western shore of the lagoon. Although this was in a direction that would take us a long way from the village whence we had taken our prisoners, still it was on the side of the lagoon that was the nearest the scene of the wreck. Pulling in this direction for about 5 miles, a pretty large village could be discerned right in the northwest corner of the lagoon, and apparently about another 5 or 6 miles off. The boats were kept going at a brisk pace, the men relieving one another at the oars as occasion required, so as not to tire them out. As we neared the town or village, the name of which I afterwards found was Kempti Iyar, phonetically rendered as it was spoken to me by a native, large bodies of men were seen at its western extremity. The leading boat stopped to allow us to come alongside. Nealance and I, with our 2 lighter boats, were ordered to proceed to the eastern extremity of the houses, to see what sort of a landing could be made there, and thus possibly avoid a collision with the natives if allowed peaceably to get on shore. The waving of the boat's ensign was to be our signal that all was right, and a rifle shot from the captain's boat was our peremptory signal of recall. "Mr. Nealance," said our captain, "pull along warily, keeping your eyes on the beach and about 100 yards off, that is as far as their gingals will carry. Then, when you see a nice place to land that will float this heavy launch, pull in and show your flag, and we will follow on." Sheering off, Nealance took the lead, closely followed by me in the lighter boat, and as we had not far to go, we allowed the men to pull at their generally accustomed pace. Nearing the village on an angle, till we were about 150 yards off, we then directed our course parallel to the line of the beach, giving our men orders to dip deep with their oars, so that we should not come to the ground too soon without knowing it. Passing the last substantial building on the east end of the village, and seeing but a very few people about, we turned the boats' heads for the beach and pulled for the shore, the men dipping their oars as deeply as they could. As we took the ground, about 5 fathoms from the beach, there jumped up from behind a few bushes a party of natives in semi-military attire, with a small battery of gingals fixed on bamboos and borne on the shoulders of stout, vigorous-looking natives. Springing out of the boats into the water as we saw them applying their firelocks, we made the broadside of the boats a target to receive their fire. Our precaution was needless, for they had so fixed their gingals that their shot went whistling over our heads, and finally struck the water fully 50 yards beyond us. Before their shot had reached the water, we were running for the shore, sword and cutlass in hand, to cut them down before they could reload their gingals again. Firing our revolvers as we hastened up the beach, the natives dropped their battery and took to their heels. As soon as those in the launch had seen and heard the reception we had met with, the rifle shot signal of recall was fired. So after destroying their battery, by cutting the lashings of the gingals and dragging them down into the water, and there leaving them, we returned to the launch for further orders. A short parley was held, and a plan of action decided on, it being considered necessary for our own safety to show the natives our power and determination to avenge the murders of the preceding day. The mandarin and his secretary were placed in a conspicuous position in the bows of the launch, Captains Rooney and Gulliver with the schroff taking up a position close to them, with a loaded pistol in their hands, to compel them to make signals to the people to make way for our landing, or else we would make a way for ourselves by force of arms. The launch now again took the lead, steering for the western end of the village, where a number of the inhabitants could be seen, but their intentions, of course, were unknown. As we neared the beach, the mandarin and his secretary were ordered to stand up on the bow thwart, and wave their sashes as a signal for the natives to fall back. The crowd, as we approached the shore, gradually fell back amongst the huts and houses, whether in obedience to the mandarin's signal and his gesticulations, or from fear of our rifles, is a doubtful question. At any rate, we were allowed to land without any display of force such as we had experienced at the eastern end of the village. Captains Rooney and Gulliver and Mr. Eastervelt landed first, and taking the mandarin, his secretary, and the schroff along with them, proceeded up the first street or lane between the houses, closely followed by 30 men from the receiving ship's boats, headed by their 2 officers, while Nealance and I, with 20 of our men, brought up the rear, the rest of the men being left in charge of the boats under a petty officer. Chapter 35. The Mandarin escapes. We burn the village and return safely. The captains, having gone on while we were mustering our men, had got a start of us of about 200 yards. Following smartly on in company with the receiving ship's men in order to overtake them, we had scarcely got half-way up this street before we observed that the mandarin and his secretary had given the captains the slip, and were fast making their way out of their reach. The captains abstained from firing on them, no doubt thinking they would be able to catch up with them, and none of us could fire, the captains being in the way. The mandarin and his secretary, no doubt well acquainted with the ins and outs of the village, doubled on them round a corner and up a narrow lane, got into a house, and were lost to us. When our forces arrived on the scene, the doors of the house were burst open, but after searching every cranny and corner, no mandarins were found. A torch was applied to the building, and in a few minutes it was all in a blaze. In the heat of passion, I suppose, at losing the mandarin, it was decided to burn the village down, as the only means of avenging the murders. The Manila men were, I might say, let loose in one direction to fire the village, while our people, in the excitement of the moment, eagerly started in another direction, bent on the same purpose of destruction. Driving the natives, young and old, male and female, from their habitations with as little violence as possible, by our party at any rate, we gave their houses to the flames, while the owners were driven far enough into the woods beyond to ensure our safe return to the boats when the village had been destroyed. For nearly 4 hours the work of destruction went on. In some cases force had to be used to compel the occupants to leave their homes before the torch was ruthlessly applied. All had thus to suffer for the guiltiness of a few more rapacious than the others for the world's goods. War is the same all the world over, whether miniature as this or on a large scale. Looting went on to a considerable extent, not so much amongst our people, however, as amongst the Manila men, who, when we mustered on the beach, were arrayed in garlands of such cash around their necks, some of them carrying as much as they could conveniently stagger under. Cash is the small change of the country, as it is in China, and is composed of coins of brass or iron, 1 inch in diameter, with a square hole in the centre, generally carried on a string rove through the whole, somewhat near 1,000 being equal to a Mexican dollar. In work of this description it is impossible to keep your men wholly together, so that we arrived on the beach at the boat landing in straggling parties. The captains and officers were the first to arrive, and as we discussed the destruction of Kempty Yar, no one seemed to have a feeling of regret for the many thus rendered homeless in the accomplishment of vengeance against possibly, at most, a dozen murderers. All seemed to agree that it was a dire act of necessity to take summary vengeance on the miscreants, as a salutary lesson in civilization, and also as a warning for them in the future to keep from molesting the unfortunate shipwrecked mariners who might be cast away upon their shore. The sharp crack of a few Minié rifles, which we fired from the boats, soon brought all our forces to the beach. After mustering and finding none missing, we re-embarked on our respective boats, and with a good swinging stroke, to which no doubt hunger gave added force, we started for the harbour. One does not feel hunger while the excitement continues, but when once it is gone and you are enabled to rest a bit, then the region of the stomach begins to complain against the vacuum. Arrived alongside the Eamont, our captain invited Captain Rooney, Mr. Eastavelt, and the officers of the receiving ship on board to dinner, an invitation which was cordially accepted, with the proviso that they should go on board the receiving ship first, and cleanse themselves from the smoke and dirt with which we were all well begrimed, looking very much like a lot of firemen returning from some gigantic warehouse fire. The perilous events of the last 2 days had thus brought the feud between us and the receiving ship to an abrupt and pleasing close. The sworn enemies of a week ago were now united in the bonds of the closest friendship, and it had needed to be, for we were not entirely done with the natives yet. Some settlement would have to be come to before we could in honour sail away and leave Captain Rooney, brave as he was, alone in the midst of so much disturbance. As soon as the receiving ship's boats had departed, our 2 cutters came alongside and were hoisted in. Grog was served out all round, and the people dismissed to refresh the inner man, as well as to cleanse themselves. The boarding nettings were triced up, and armed sentries posted, some 20 feet apart, all round the ship, to guard against any surprise from the lagoon or the shore. As soon as the duty of the ship permitted, Nealance and I followed the example of Captain Gulliver in having a good bath and then getting inside more respectable clothing before sitting down to dinner. We had not long to wait before our friends from the receiving ship arrived, when we all sat down to a sumptuous meal, specially prepared in honour of the day's proceedings. Talk went on in a vivacious manner, each one relating his experiences of the day for the edification of the others, for in the destruction of so large a village we were necessarily very much divided and apart from one another. The officers of the receiving ship had a very difficult task in keeping their Manila men from uselessly imbruing their hands in the blood of the fleeing natives. Had the Manila men been allowed to have their will, the slaughter would have been vastly augmented. While we were seated at table, the captain of the brig arrived on board and was invited to join us. He did not sit down at the table with the bonhomie of former visits, but seemed constrained, and as if he were sitting down amongst uncanny people. He knew but little of what had occurred during the previous 2 days. He, of course, saw the Dutch schooner drive out of the harbour, but he only knew of her wreck from a garbled account given him by some fishermen. When informed by us of all that had transpired, he greatly applauded us, and wished we had sent for him to join in the expedition. Captains Gulliver and Rooney, however, advised him, as his vessel was unarmed, to keep as neutral as he could till he got loaded and away, for there was no knowing what the natives might yet resort to in return for the punishment inflicted on them that day. The substantial portion of the dinner over, we all adjourned to the deck, in order the better to enjoy the captain's best wine and cigars, and while away the hours till it was time to seek repose. While we were gaily spending our evening, about 10 p.m., shouts were heard from the shore, from some one evidently in great peril. In a minute the captain's gig was in the water and manned. Nealance, taking charge, reached the beach in a twinkling, and received into the boat a gentleman in the garb of a priest, who solicited protection in a very anxious tone. Chapter 36. A Jesuit missionary seeks refuge with us. Tells of hostile intentions against us. We resolve to negotiate. The boat was soon alongside again, the priest shown up the gangway and conducted to the quarter-deck, where he received a gracious though wondering reception from those assembled there. With an appealing glance around him, he asked if any one could speak Spanish. Fortunately, Mr. Eastavelt was a fair Spanish scholar, and soon gleaned from the priest what he was, who he was, and where he came from. The priest was a Jesuit missionary who had been labouring for some years amongst the natives up the country to convert them to his faith. That day he was travelling from an up station down to Kempty Yar, when he met the fleeing natives in the woods beyond the village.
They were so exasperated at what had befallen them that it was with great difficulty that he escaped with his life. Had it not been for one of their headmen, whom he had cured of a severe illness, he would not have got away as he did. This headman had also told him that they would gather all the fighting men from the country round, and come down and massacre the whole of the European barbarians in the place. He had gleaned from this headman, as he conducted him to a place of safety, from whence he was enabled to proceed to the harbour and take refuge with us, that the mandarin of the villages situated on both sides of the lagoon had held a council after the destruction of Kempte Yar, and had sent off express messengers to the Emperor at Tuan Fu, beseeching his help to drive the barbarians of the west out of the harbour. The priest was in a terrible state of excitement when he first came on board, and seemed rather inclined to blame our chief for proceeding to such extremities. His cloth, of course, protected him from any retort on the part of the two captains, on whom rested the responsibility of the day's doings. He was likewise a stranger in a very strange land, and he would have needed to be censorious indeed ere either Captain Gulliver or Rooney would have refused him their best protection and most hospitable entertainment. A table was improvised on the skylight, and a goodly repast placed before the priest, of which he was cordially invited to partake. As soon as his inner man had been replenished to his satisfaction, Mr. Eastavelt related to him all the proceedings of the previous day, the wreck and the murders, the capturing of the Tootai, and our endeavours to find the actual murderers, and how our plans had been frustrated by the escape of the Tootai and his secretary. Knowing nothing of this, till informed by Mr. Eastavelt, he gracefully apologized for his first hasty words of censure to the two captains, who smilingly accepted his apology, and thanked him for the information he had brought of the intentions of the hostile natives. The intelligence we had derived from the priest made our situation look rather grave. The male inhabitants of Kempte Yar alone were said to be 7,000, and there were several villages on the lagoon equally as large, if not larger. Our captain did not seem appalled or dismayed at the intelligence. The receiving ship and the Eamont were well armed, and had abundance of ammunition, as well as a goodly stock of provisions, and we should be able to stand a siege of a month or two's duration. Of course, Captain Gulliver, had he so minded, could have at once proceeded to sea, and left Captain Rooney to settle with the natives. But besides that such a line of conduct would have been scarcely fair to our comrades of the 2 days' proceedings, it was necessary for our resumption of trade with the natives on a future trip that some settlement should be arrived at. It was therefore decided amongst the captains, Eastavelt and the Spaniard, that an attempt at negotiation should be made with the Tootai or mandarin of the village on the south side of the lagoon. The priest, accompanied by 2 of our schroffs, proceeding to the village in the morning with a sufficient number of armed men as escort, should violent action be resorted to on the part of the natives; the priest stipulating with the captains that force on our side should only be used as a last resort. This line of action was agreed to, and the deliberations over, the situation ended for the night. The receiving ship's boat was manned, and our visitors returned on board their vessel, taking with them the Spaniard, who seemed wishful to be with Mr. Eastavelt, who could talk his own lingo. The captain of the brig departed for his own vessel, and after we had seen to the careful keeping of strict watch on board the Eamont, we all retired to seek repose, excepting, of course, the officer of the watch; the first watch being kindly taken by Mr. Jewell, to allow of Nealance and the writer getting a rest after the exciting events of the day. End of Section 11. Section 12 of A Cruise in an Opium Clipper by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 12, Chapters 37 through 39.
Chapter 37. Native merchants ransom the junk. They promise to use their influence with the chief mandarin of the district. Early in the morning of the succeeding day, and before Captain Rooney, Estevelt, and the Spaniard had time to come on board as arranged the previous night, we in the Eamont were surprised by the arrival alongside of several well-dressed natives, whom we recognized as some of the merchants who had been purchasers of our cargo of opium. They seemed rather scared at coming on board at first, so that we had to call the schroffs to convince them of our present harmlessness. As soon as they were satisfied on that point, they came on board, and were conducted to the quarter-deck, where Captain Gulliver awaited the result of what they might have to say through the schroffs as interpreters. A boat was dispatched from the Eamont to the receiving ship to inform Captain Rooney and his friends of the arrival of these notabilities, and requesting them to come on board and hear what they had to say, as well as to have breakfast and confer on any future proceedings that might arise from the conference with these natives. Our friends from the receiving ship returned in our boat, as they had seen the native merchants going on board the Eamont, and were just on the point of leaving to come and learn what was the purport of their visit. Our idea, of course, was that they had come to confer about the troubles of the previous 2 days; but however much of these proceedings they were cognizant of, they carefully abstained from mentioning anything at all about them at present. After a short confab with the schroffs, we discovered that they had come to effect the release of the junk, which lay wedged in between our port bow and the beach, and which had carried away our jib boom as she drove into that position. Now, it was a well-known fact in Chinese waters in those days that these heavy-armed junks did a good deal of piracy when they could, and when they had the chance, so it had been intended to exact a goodly ransom from the owner or captain of her, to pay for our jib boom and any trouble we had incurred in looking after her crew. 5,000 Mexican dollars was the amount originally fixed upon when the disaster happened, or rather at the first consultation after the disaster. But now, taking into consideration what had since occurred, as well as to keep as friendly with these merchants as possible, the sum to be asked by Captain Gulliver was reduced to 1/2 of the original demand. The schroffs explained to the merchants the conditions on which the junk would be released. After a good deal of haggling, to get a still further reduction, they finally agreed to the terms imposed, especially when they were informed by the schroffs that if they delayed settlement, within an hour the conditions of release would be doubled; and if then the price was not agreed to, the junk would be destroyed as being a pirate, or pi long. They were likewise informed that a heavier and mightier ship, flying the same flag as ours, would come and burn them all up, if they did not learn to trade peaceably with those who came to traffic with them, as well as to stop all murdering of shipwrecked men. Disclaiming in a very vehement manner any knowledge of the wreckers, they all seemed very wishful to be considered most friendly towards us, as well as being in a decided manner anxious for our speedy return with another cargo of opium. While these negotiations were proceeding, the stewards had prepared an ample breakfast, to which merchants and all sat down and did ample justice. These proceedings in regard to the junk had slightly altered our plan of what was to be the day's work. The captains, Estevelt, and the priest, as soon as breakfast was over, held a parley with the native merchants, the priest acting as interpreter, when it was decided that the priest, accompanied by Captains Gulliver and Rooney and Estevelt, should accompany the merchants to their village, which was situated on the south side of the lagoon, interview the principal mandarin, and get from him a concession allowing us to come and trade at will, and under his protection as against the savage wreckers of the coast villages. This document, given under his hand, would be of great service to Captain Rooney especially, should the Emperor interfere to protect the marauding tribes of the coast, in ignorance of the desires of the merchant trading community. One armed boat was to convey them to the village, the captains and Estavold being armed with sword and revolver, while the priest relied on his peaceful robes for protection. The crew of the junk were to be retained as hostages till the money was handed over and our people all safely returned, and the concession for trade signed and sealed as a guarantee that Captain Rooney and his receiving ship would not be made the victims of vengeance after we had departed from Taku for Amoy. Chapter 38. We proceed to the chief mandarin's village, reach our destination, and land without opposition. At the request of Captain Rooney, I proceeded on board the receiving ship with a note to his chief officer, instructing him to let me have their launch, which pulled 12 oars and carried a small swivel gun in her bow. By the time I had passed the compliments of the morning and shaken hands all round with the officers of the receiving ship, who were now as friendly or more so than they had been enemies 2 weeks ago, the launch was hoisted out and lowered into the water, where my boat's crew took her in tow, and we were soon alongside the Eamont. A box of ammunition for the swivel gun had been placed in her by the gunner of the receiving ship, who was to accompany us. While a picked crew of well-armed men from the Eamont manned her, Nealance acting as coxswain, and I as bowman, so that there would be as many of us in the boat as possible, without unduly exciting the natives, or making them imagine we had come with any sinister motives. As soon as the launch was reported ready, the 2 captains, Eastervelt, the priest, 2 schroffs, and 3 of the native merchants came down the accommodation ladder and took their seats in the stern sheets, which had been slightly cushioned and decorated with bunting to give éclat to our peaceable demonstration, as well as to honour our native guests, who were now exceedingly friendly, their kindliness towards us no doubt increased by a little judicious flattery, washed down by some of Captain Gulliver's best champagne. As soon as all had taken their places, we shoved off and pulled across the entrance of the lagoon towards its southern shore, closely followed by the sampan, in which were the other native merchants. Pulling close under the Sydney brig's stern, her captain hailed us, shouting, "Have you any room for a stranger to join your picnic?" "Oh yes," said Captain Gulliver. "Bear a hand, and we will come alongside for you." The launch was rounded to and brought alongside the brig, when, after a few minutes' waiting, her captain joined us, armed and dressed in real colonial digger style, somewhat à la Garibaldi. Pushing off from the brig, our course was directed straight along the southern shore at about a cable's length from the beach. In about half an hour from the time of leaving the brig, we were abreast of the village from whence we had taken the Tootai the other night. Thinking we were to land here, I was about getting my boat hook ready, when Captain Gulliver shouted to me, "We don't land here, Anderson. There is another village several miles further along in a bight, where the principal mandarin resides." Sitting so far forward in the bow, I could hear nothing of the conversation going on amongst those in the stern sheets. They seemed jolly enough. Even the priest, who had looked so awfully serious over the affairs of the past 2 days, seemed inclined to put a little holiday look upon his austere visage. Nealance told me afterwards that in the course of their remarks the merchants had informed the captains, through the schroffs, that they could control this mandarin and make him look see all same me. "Mandarin all same me," said one of them, in a smattering of pidgin English he had picked up, "muchee likee dollar, muchee likee opium. Me likee liddy opium smokee, mandarin likee muchee opium smokee. Me likee muchee opium sellee, makee dollar. Mandarin muchee likee dollar for getty opium." At this lucid explanation of self-interest there was much laughing and hand-shaking, both captains, of course, promising the very best conditions of sale to those who forwarded their interests most in the establishment of a firm and lasting trade. About 5 or 6 miles beyond the village of our former evening's exploit, we pulled sharply round a point and entered a small creek or rivulet, which flowed into the lagoon, coming down from the hilly land to the southeastward. A little way up this creek was a village, apparently much larger than that we had just passed, and composed of somewhat more substantially built houses. Pulling up the creek, we arrived at a jetty, rudely constructed, but sufficiently strong, no doubt, for the traffic which then existed. The launch was brought up alongside the jetty till her gunwale was on a level with the top of it, so as to render the exit from the boat as easy as possible for our well-dressed friends, the native merchants. The sampan, with the other merchants, coming alongside the jetty also, all the merchants were allowed to disembark first, at a suggestion of etiquette from our leading schroff. With many obeisances and genuflections, they then, by means of the schroff, invited the captains, Eastervelt, and the priest to come on shore and visit their poor and humble dwellings. They, of course, complied with the request, stepped on to the jetty, and a general handshaking and salaaming took place all round, making a very impressive welcome before the eyes of the villagers, who had assembled at the end of the jetty as we approached. The merchants then led the way up the lane which led towards the centre of the village, closely followed by the captains, Eastervelt, the priest, and the schroffs, while Nealance and 2 of our men brought up the rear, acting as servants carrying the captain's swords, a precaution suggested by Captain Rooney, 7 men being harder to overcome in case of a surprise than 4, however brave and resolute. Before they left the launch, I had received strict injunctions to keep my men in readiness for anything that might happen, and be on the alert should I descry them retreating to the jetty. I was also instructed to fire a heavy rocket and the swivel gun should the villagers attempt any demonstration against us in the launch. Our party were soon lost to view amongst the buildings, the lanes or streets not being formed on the new and generally improved plan of straight lines, blocks, and squares. Chapter 39. A satisfactory arrangement. We visit the schooner and bury the murdered men. Stepping on to the jetty, the better to command a view of the lane whence our people had vanished, I took my station abreast the bow of the boat, so that I still had my men under my eye, while vigilantly watching the lane and the few villagers that remained, and who had not followed the procession into the village. The villagers, seeing no signs of hostility on our part, and having witnessed the impressive and cordial reception of our chiefs, gradually shook off their fear of us and approached the spot where I was stationed in as timid and friendly a manner as they could assume. They were mostly unarmed, only a few of them having in their belts or girdles a kind of dagger about 10 inches long, 3 inches in breadth at the hilt, by half an inch thick, sharpened on both edges from the hilt to the point. Their intentions were evidently of a peaceful nature, so that I felt no alarm in allowing them to come and have a closer look at the launch and its equipment. After having a good look at the launch, they turned their attention to me and my rigging, feeling the texture of my clothes and so forth, much in the same manner as I was once surveyed in the hills of Borneo, by a lot of Dyaks, who were said to be cannibals, and from whom I walked away stern foremost, keeping a loaded revolver covering them till I got down to my boat, for my Cassap, a coast Malay, had whispered in my ears, "Malam, Sahib, orang makan orang," which in good English means "man eat man." These Formosans were, however, only filled with curiosity and wonder. They had never seen Europeans in such style before, and never had Europeans been received by their headmen in such honour, if at all. For Captain Rooney did not know of this village, and he was seemingly, as far as we knew, the first real trader who had established himself here. The priest may have known of it; if so, he kept his knowledge to himself. The villagers seemed pleased to look at us, for they kept going and coming, bringing their friends down to stare at us, and by their dumb signs tried their best to invite us on shore. Seeing that they could not induce any of my men to follow them into the village, a new idea took possession of them, for in a short time several coolies arrived with a number of baskets containing fruit, which I allowed the men to accept, which seemed to please the donors very much. After a stay of 2 hours, our chiefs and their escort returned to the landing place, accompanied by the traders and several magnates of the village. All were in high good humour, and I was afterwards informed by Nealance that everything was arranged to Captain Rooney and Gulliver's entire satisfaction. The punishment inflicted on the village of Kempty Yar was to atone for the misdeeds of the wreckers, who had certainly belonged to that village. The mandarins of this and other villages were to dispatch messengers to the Emperor, who would state the real facts of the case, and prevent him from sending his fleet to cause any further disturbance, and stop the trading that might now become general. After a very ceremonial leave-taking, the 3 captains, Eastervelt and the priest, as well as the schroffs, took their places in the launch. We then shoved off, pulled down the creek, and away for the Eamont. We got back to our ship about 2 p.m. The men were sent to dinner, while we of the afterguard sat down to a goodly meal, the captains discussing, as we ate our luncheon, the next proceedings to be taken with regard to the wreck and the burial of the bodies on the beach. As soon as lunch was over and the men had dined and rested a bit, the launch was taken back to the receiving ship. I was also the bearer of a note to her chief officer, ordering him to equip 20 of his men and land them on the beach abreast of the Eamont, he himself accompanying them. Returning to the Eamont in our own cutter, we embarked the 3 captains and Eastervelt, with Nealance and 20 of our men, all armed and ready for the natives on this side, should they dare to interfere with our proceedings. Landing on the beach abreast of where we lay, we were joined by the men from the receiving ship, and forming into marching order, with our leaders in front, we took our way through the woods for the beach where the stranded schooner lay. The mate and crew of the schooner went with us to see the last sad duties of respect paid to the remains of their captain and shipmates, and afterwards to witness and assent to the disposal of the wreck to whomsoever should purchase it. Arriving at the wreck without meeting with any interruption from the natives, our first duty was to carry the bodies from the wreck and the beach to the more substantial ground beyond high water mark, and a short distance into the bush. A trench was then dug, the bodies were reverently laid in, Captain Gulliver read the service for the dead, as it is done at sea, all standing bareheaded. The short service concluded, the grave was filled in, and some of us brought new and grassy turf, which we carefully laid over the grave, so that the natives could not discover where we had laid them. After a pause of several minutes' duration, to allow of the officer and crew of the stranded schooner recovering themselves from what must have been to them a sad and solemn ending to their voyage, we, that is, the captains and officers, proceeded on board the stranded schooner. The tide was at its lowest, so that we could reach her side ladder almost without wetting our feet, for the cyclonal waves had driven her high up the beach. An informal survey was held, then the mate of the schooner, on the advice of Captain Gulliver, the captain of the Sydney brig concurring, offered the wreck by auction to the highest bidder. Only one bidder was found, and she was knocked down to Captain Rooney for $1 Mexican. She was of no value to any other person, and Rooney made a handsome donation to the shipwrecked crew outside of the sale. It was also settled that the shipwrecked crew would be taken to Amoy in the Eamont, and afterwards, if they liked, they could join the service. The sun was now setting low in the western horizon. The order was given to form in order, and we took our way back to the harbour, where we arrived safely without any interference, each party embarking in their own boats and going on board their respective vessels. The captain of the Sydney brig coming on board the Eamont with Captain Gulliver, previous to their going on board the receiving ship to dine with Captain Rooney and his friend Eastervelt. End of Section 12. Section 13 of A Cruise in an Opium Clipper by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 13, Chapters 40 through 42. Chapter 40. The natives attack us by land and water. They are easily repulsed. When Captain Gulliver returned from the dinner party on board the receiving ship, he informed us that the Spanish priest had gone on shore from the receiving ship shortly after we had departed in the afternoon for the wreck. He had found his way to the ruins of Kempty Yar, and had spoken to several of the headmen, and had only returned a short time before Captain Gulliver left to come on board. The information the priest had brought was to the effect that the natives in and around Kempty Yar were still in a state of great exasperation, and were organizing an attack upon the receiving ship and the Eamont from the water and the shore. The forces to attack by water were composed of a large number of catamarans, with gingals secured upon them. The force to attack from the land side was also equipped with a number of their heaviest gingals. The priest estimated the probable number of fighting men at 20,000. The attack might probably be made in the middle of the night, as they, the natives, were in hourly expectation of the arrival from Taiwan of the war junks sent by the Emperor to their assistance. This was serious news, for we had hoped to sail for Amoy in a couple of days, thinking all was settled, especially after the assurances and concessions in our favour made by the Tootai of the village we had visited in the early portion of the day. The delay in our sailing was the only thing that troubled Captain Gulliver. We were, by our better equipment in arms and ammunition, a match for all the catamarans they could bring. One shot from our 68 would scatter them to the winds, and so likewise with any land forces which might attack us. To fight junks would only be a pastime, and a plan had been arranged for securing them on their arrival. Double sentries were placed at intervals round the decks, with instructions to keep their ears open to catch the slightest sound of anything approaching by land or water, as it would never do to let them get to close quarters, if there were such a swarm as the priest had said. An officer, as usual in times of expected danger, was placed on watch, and the gunner and his mates examined all the guns to see that they were loaded and ready to fire at a moment's notice. I took the first watch that night, as Captain Gulliver desired, no doubt, to have a good talk with his senior officer on the situation as they quaffed their evening cup before they turned in. My watch passed off without any surprise from the lagoon or the shore. Nothing disturbed the calm stillness of the night, excepting the tramp, tramp of our own light-slippered feet. At 2 o'clock I was relieved by Nealance, the men having been relieved at their usual stated time by the bells, but on account of the lateness of our setting the officers' watch, we divided the time into 3 portions, giving each other a fair portion of rest. After going the rounds with Nealance, I dived below and turned in. I had scarcely begun to doze when I was awoke by the sound of rifle firing and the calling of all hands to arms. I soon got inside my clothes and harness, and gained my station on deck at the forward pivot gun. My gun's crew were soon with me, with the various implements in their hands, such as handspikes, rammers, sponges, train tackles, and spare quoins, etc., appliances entirely gone out of date in big gun firing. Captain Gulliver and Mr. Jule were training the big midship gun over the port side, just forward of the main rigging. Directing my gaze in that direction, I could perceive at some considerable distance a large number of those catamarans the fishermen used in going over the outside reef to the deep sea fishing. The captain issued no orders to other of the guns, but standing with the trigger line in his hand, which is attached to the lock on the 68-pounder, kept the gun trained on the centre of the slowly advancing rafts. On came the fleet as far as they dared, and as they opened fire with their gingals, the captain pulled the trigger, and with a deafening roar that reverberated all over the quiet lagoon and entirely drowned the report of the gingals, our Big Ben went off, heavily charged with grape and canister, right in the midst of the advancing foe. At the same time, as soon as our flash was seen, 2 heavy guns, similarly charged, were fired from the receiving ship, one at the advancing fleet, the other into the bush from her port bow, where we afterwards learned the natives had been in force and had fired several gingals, but without any effect owing to their short range. While they were reloading the 68-pounder, our night glasses were brought to bear on the fleet of catamarans, and to our great satisfaction we made out that they were beating a hasty retreat. All again was quietness. Mr. Jule would have liked another shot, but Captain Gullivar evidently thought enough had been done to show them the power we wielded, and to keep those wilder spirited at a distance, as well as to teach them to allow us to carry on our trade with the peaceable merchants in safety. We remained at stations for half an hour, till nothing could be seen moving on the lagoon, when the hands were piped to grog and then dismissed. We of the after guard retired to our cabins, leaving Nealance again in charge of the Eamont, while we sought a few hours' sleep. Chapter 41. News of the approach of a squadron of Formosian war junks. The rest of the night passed in tranquillity, and when daylight broke, no traces of our midnight visitors could be anywhere discerned. About 7 a.m., our native merchants from the village, which we had visited the preceding day, and who were the owners of the junk, arrived alongside. Before permitting them on board, Captain Gullivar brought the head schroff to the gangway, and through him asked the reason for our early visit from the catamarans. These merchants disclaimed all knowledge of the proceedings taken by these Pelongs of the north side of the lagoon, and were very vehement in their expressions of disgust at the vileness of the north side natives. After this explanation, Captain Gullivar, of course, invited them on board in his blandest manner, for it was part of his mission, the principal part of it, to establish a connection with these merchants for trading purposes. They had brought with them the captain and 2 of the officers of the junk. They were all conducted to the quarter-deck, when, on the ransom money being paid over to our schroff in hard Mexican dollars, the junk was given over to them. Our sentries were removed from her crew were liberated and allowed to proceed on board. Their arms were delivered to them as they stepped from one vessel to the other, and afterwards our people were sent to assist in getting her out of the intricate position she had occupied since the morning of the typhoon. Her crew passed from one ship to the other in high good humour, although they looked as if they could have put up with a few days more idleness, with plenty to eat. By the time we had finished a late breakfast, to which the merchants had been invited, at which they were much gratified, the junk was off in the stream and anchored, our boatswain and crew returning as soon as the anchor was let go. Before the merchants took their departure, Captain Rooney, Eastervelt, and the priest arrived on board from the receiving ship. Another parley was held over the midnight attack, the priest conducting the conversation, and afterwards giving it to the captains through Mr. Eastervelt. As soon as they had returned to their village, they were to proceed before the Tootai and lay complaint against the Pelongs for their piratical conduct, and impress the mandarins with the necessity of stopping their depredations before they compelled us to sail away and bring back larger and more powerful warships, to destroy the whole place and put it entirely under our flag. There was no doubt about the good feeling of these traders towards us. Their self-interest and love of gain counselled them to declare for peace at any price, so with many bows and salaams they returned to their sampans and proceeded on their mission, accompanied by the priest and 2 of our schroffs, who were to bring back another firman of rights from the Tootai to show to the commander of the fleet, which was now on its way from Taiwan Fu to blow us out of the harbour. After the typhoon, the wind, which was carefully noted and registered, in spite of all other occurrences, had hung from the north-northeast, a moderate breeze, and very fine weather. This was a fair wind for the war junks, and we ought soon to be having a visit from them. So after the departure of our guests, the gig was manned, and Captain Gulliver, Rooney, and Eastervelt, with Nealance and me again as bowman and coxswain, proceeded out of the harbour to the open sea to look for the junks, as well as to have a look at the reef, and see if our boys still remained watching the channel we had marked for our passage to the open. When along the beach the previous afternoon we had noted with satisfaction that the south-west sea had gone, and that there was very little broken water on the reef. We had compass and chart in the boat, so that we had little difficulty in finding which way to pull when we cleared the entrance. We found our floating beacons where we had placed them, and then we pulled across the reef where we had found the deepest water, the least depth abreast of our beacon proving to be 18 feet. We could come and go at any time now, while the northeast monsoon lasted, which was satisfactory to us, as also to Captain Rooney. There was trade enough and to spare for both, if well developed, and combination would give to both added strength to keep the wilder portion of the natives at bay till trade was thoroughly established. No sail was visible in the offing, the wind was fresh from north-northeast, a good wholesale breeze for the war junks on their way to annihilate us. Captain Gulliver was anxious for their coming so that we might get away. Captain Rooney, with our help, would take possession of the fleet on its arrival. The Tootai and merchants would arrange with the commander of the fleet that no action should be taken until they had represented the whole case to the Emperor, which, with the help of the Mexican dollar for persuasion, they were sure would be on the side of the traders who created the dollars. We made the boat fast to one of our beacons, the men laid in their oars, and we lay for an hour or more waiting and watching for the coming fleet. The sun had crossed the meridian half an hour, and no signs of the fleet, so we cast off and proceeded for the harbour, arriving on board the Eamont in good time for lunch, for which the fresh air had given us all good appetites. Chapter 42. The arrival of the squadron announced. We capture the leading junk as it enters the harbour. While we were busy lunching, Captain Rooney initiated us in the process by which we were to get possession of the war junks. All of us who volunteered to assist in the daring enterprise were instructed by him how best to fulfil the part assigned to us. The big launch of the receiving ship was held in readiness. All her officers of American or European extraction were to join in the capture. Mr. Nealance, Mr. Jule, and I, our boatswain and his mate, the gunner and his mate, with 15 of our ablest men, were to accompany them from our ship. Captain Gulliver was to remain behind, much against his will, but it was necessary, as Captain Rooney pointed out, that some one should be left to keep command and treat with the native merchants in case he should lose the number of his mess in the attack. We all knew that the warriors whom we were to meet were generally bravest when they had unarmed merchant vessels to deal with, and arrant cowards when having to face well-armed white men. Of course, the commander of this fleet might prove an exception to the rule, and we might meet with an unwonted reception on attempting to board and capture his vessels. The Eamont was lying just round the corner of the northern hummock, and would be within pistol shot of the junks as they rounded into the harbour. Captain Gulliver would therefore be of great service to the boarders by having all his guns brought to bear on the advancing junks, should they dare to fire. This grand idea of turning the Eamont into a battery necessitated Mr. Nealance and Mr. Jule's withdrawal from the attacking party, and they were soon busy in getting some of the port guns over to starboard and fitting them temporarily for fighting order. After the plan had been well arranged, and each one well instructed in the part he had to perform, Mr. Nealance was sent away in the gig to keep a look-out for the coming fleet. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the gig was descried dashing round the corner at a tremendous pace. In a minute she was alongside. Nealance jumped on board and informed the commanders that 3 large junks had rounded the northwest cape and were steering direct for the hummocks and inside of the reef. Captain Rooney made the signal to the receiving ship, and in a trice her launch was alongside, manned by well-armed Manila men at the oars, while 6 determined-looking white men occupied the stern sheets. Myself and a dozen of our best men found our way into the launch. Most of the men, with the gunner, placed themselves forward near the swivel gun, while I was given a place in the stern sheets, the second officer of the receiving ship going forward to take charge there, as Captain Rooney took his place in the boat. The Eamont's crew were piped to quarters and held in readiness at the guns, while some were stationed on the starboard quarter, rifle in hand. Captain Rooney gave the word to shove off. The coxswain unhooked his hold on the Eamont, and we pulled away astern of her towards the north hummock. Getting close to the hummock and to the corner where the junks would have to round to, the oars were tossed and held erect, the coxswain hooked on to a branch of scrub, and here we remained in silent suspense for the order to dart at the coming foe as soon as he was visible, and while in the act of bracing his sails to the wind, to haul up the lagoon. One of the officers of the receiving ship and I had a special duty to perform, and were slightly handicapped with weight for a climb, so that we were placed on the side of the launch that would be the off side. My comrade in the attack and I had each a heavy hammer and 10 or 12 pounds of large spike nails. Our duty was to spike every gun on board the junk, and render them unserviceable till bored out, the boring process not being possible anywhere around this harbour, at any rate not in a very quick time, their ironwork being of the very rudest and most ancient description. 20 minutes we lay here in suspense before we heard the welcome shout of "oars" from Captain Rooney. The coxswain let go and shoved broad off, the oars fell into the water, 2 or 3 powerful strokes of the oars were given, and we were alongside the junk. In less than a minute we were on board. Captain Rooney and his officer rushed to the quarter-deck, and holding loaded pistols to the head of each native officer, disarmed them; while our men, with their revolvers, covered the crew, who stood amazed. I and my comrade went on driving spikes into every cannon on board, he taking one side while I traversed the other from stem to stern. As soon as he gained the quarter-deck and had installed himself in possession, Captain Rooney shouted out, "Cut away the sail halyards, hard a starboard the helm, stand by the anchor forward there, some of you, steady the helm, let go the anchor." Every order was promptly executed by our people. Where they could not let go they cut, and in about 5 minutes the first war junk was anchored abreast of the receiving ship, about half a cable off, and in a good position for the receiving ship's guns to bear upon her. A prearranged signal was made by Captain Rooney to the Eamont. An armed cutter in charge of Nealance pushed off from the Eamont, and was alongside the junk as the anchor was finding rest on the bottom. Nealance was given charge of the junk, with orders to collect all small arms and place them in his cutter, as also to leave an armed guard on board, then return to the Eamont and await the capture of the next junk. Section 14